test, 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 test. Can you hear that? Nothing at all? Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Test, test.
Alrighty, good morning, everybody. Apologies for the delay. The time is 9:14. Let's go ahead and call this meeting to order. City Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Carbasi.
Here.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Chavez is absent today. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Council Vice President Perea.
Here.
And Council President Maxwell.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. It is worth noting Councilmember Carbasi will be joining us virtually today, so all of our votes, while he is present, will be conducted via roll call. Is that correct, City Clerk?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is the invocation. I'm going to ask everyone to stand. It will be led by Maggie Gagezian. Yes. If you could please come on up and lead us an invocation. I'm going to ask everyone to remain standing after invocation for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be administered by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Right. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you for inviting me to open this meeting of the Fresno City Council in prayer. Thank you especially to Council Vice President Donalisa Perea for the invitation, and to Council President Tyler Maxwell. I come before you as both a woman of God and a longtime resident of the city of Fresno. This month marks 23 years since my family moved here, and this place has become home through my Armenian roots, through involvement in the LGBTQ community, through music, and stays that way through my service at Wesley United Methodist Church and in organizing with the Central Valley IAF. And I am honored to get us into this session of city business in the spirit and solidarity of prayer. Let us pray. Holy and gracious God, who binds us together in love and in care and in common humanity across our many beliefs, across many faith traditions, across many ways of being, ages, stages, and life experiences, across our varying motivations, across so many things that seem like impenetrable boundaries. Oh God, your love transcends all of that. I come before you as a witness to the transforming love that I recognize in Jesus Christ, and as someone called to be a servant wholeheartedly. I ask that your spirit of uniting, redeeming, and transformative love be with the City Council today through its proceedings. I ask that in their power and authority, they recall that nothing can separate us from the love of God, however we recognize this uniting love. That they are called to serve all of us who call Fresno home. That it is not simply about the powerful and those with the most influence, but it is about especially those whose voices are often not heard, those who do not get to be in these chambers, those who have no easy access to influence except through building community together. May the work that is done today and in the coming days help make that building of community ever more possible. May it help the city of Fresno become a place that bears witness to boundary breaking, connection building, transformative love. And may it be a place where it is apparent that love is not simply a catchphrase used when we are trying to get into the spirit, oh God, but that love is reflective of our policy making and of how we lead and how we advocate for one another. I lift up this prayer, oh God, in the name of Jesus Christ, who walked with us, who organized his communities, who brought good news through love in action. Love made the closest thing to policy you can get as a radical preacher. In the name of the Holy Spirit that binds all of us as breath of our breath, and in the name of God, our Creator and Sustainer. Amen.
City Clerk, are there any changes to today's agenda?
I do have a few changes. First, I'd just like to announce we do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom. We do have a Spanish translator available in the back room. Anyone who needs her services can see B in the back. And we will have a Hmong translator for our 10:20 a.m. item today. Excuse me. And as for changes to the agenda, consent calendar item 1D. That is file ID 23-1224, regarding a lease agreement with Signature Flight Support LLC for continued office/hangar space. The following correction must be read into the record. The executive summary section of the staff report needs to be amended and should read as such. Since 1996, the police department's air support unit, Skywatch, has leased 3 aircraft hangars operated by Signature Flight Support LLC, located at the Fresno Yosemite International Airport. The original staff report had noted 1 aircraft hangar. 1R, file ID 23-1163, regarding the summary vacation of a storm drain basin easement lying north of East Jensen Avenue. Part 2 of this item, the resolution, is not subject to mayoral veto. It is listed as requiring one in the agenda. Items removed from the agenda today. Consent calendar item 1T, that is file ID 23-1269, amendments to the municipal code relating to human rights, including protections against discrimination based on an individual's caste and indigeneity. That was moved to September 14th, 2023 agenda by Councilmember Arias. 1V as in Victor, that is file ID 23-1282, regarding a resolution to implement a public transportation agency safety plan. That was moved to the September 14th, 2023 agenda and will return as a timed item at 10 o'clock a.m. And that was moved by Council President Maxwell. And as for items moved from the consent calendar to the contested consent calendar, we have 1G, that is file ID 23-1234, regarding a resolution to authorize city manager or designee to apply for a $500,000 grant from California Strategic Growth Council. That has been moved to contested consent by Councilmember Esparza. Consent calendar item 1M, that is file ID 23-1248, regarding a Second Amendment agreement to extend an Employee Assistance Program Services Agreement between the City of Fresno and Halcyon Behavioral Employee Assistance. That has been moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. We have consent calendar item 1N, that is file ID 23-1275, regarding a side letter of agreement with the Fresno Police Officer Association. That has been moved to the contested consent by Councilmember Arias. We have consent calendar item 1Q, that is file ID 23-1001, regarding the award of a requirements contract to Totter LLC. That has been moved to the contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Consent calendar item 1R, 23-1163, regarding actions pertaining to the summary vacation of a storm drain basin easement lying north of East Jensen Avenue. That has been moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. And with that, I have no additional changes to the agenda.
Thank you, City Clerk. I'm going to take it over to my council colleagues now, starting with Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember, any changes to the agenda?
Oh, looks like we may have freezed. Oh, nope, we're back.
Councilmember Carbasi, are you able to hear us?
Yep, we're good.
Okay. Any changes to the agenda on your end?
Yes, I would just like to make a motion to move item 1N back to the consent calendar.
This is item 1N. Councilmember Carbasi, make a motion to put it back onto the consent calendar. Is there a second? I'll give you a second, Councilmember.
Thank you, sir.
I have questions that relate to the MOU. When should I ask those questions if it goes back to consent?
Probably before, sorry, never mind, sorry.
Councilmember, if we're able to hear this before lunch, are you amenable to keeping it on contested?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and leave it on contested for now.
Motion withdrawn.
Any other changes on your end, Councilmember?
No, Mr. President, I just have to disclose, I did inform the city clerk before I left on official city business, but according to AB 2449, I am on city business. I'm currently in Frankfurt, Germany, about to depart back to Fresno. And there is no one in the room with me. It's just me here. And I'm able to do this twice a year, and this is one of those times. So unless there's anything I missed, City Clerk.
Nope, that covered it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Councilmember Arias, any other changes to today's agenda?
No, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Bredefield.
Yeah, I'd just like to pull 3 items if they haven't been pulled already. C as in Charlie.
Okay, 1 second, if you don't mind. 1C as in Charlie, pulled by Councilmember Bredefield.
And this is for discussion. M as
Yes.
in Mary.
1M as in Mary has already been pulled by Arias, but I will list you
Okay,
as also
that's
wanting
fine.
to discuss that matter.
And U as an umbrella.
Okay, and 1U as in Union. This is pulled to contested by Councilmember Bredefield. Any other changes, Councilmember? Councilmember Esparza. Vice President Perea. And I have none on my own, so I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended at this time. I have a motion by Esparza and a second by Vice President Perea. We're going to go ahead and do a roll call vote. City Clerk?
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias. Yeah. Councilmember Bredefield.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Vice President Perea.
Yes.
And Council President Maxwell.
Aye.
That passes 6-0.
Passes 6-0. Okay, that's going to bring us to the ceremonial presentation for today's meeting. We do have just the one. It is a proclamation for Capitan Brothers Day, which is sponsored by Councilmember Gary Bredefield.
Hello. Testing, testing. Yeah, I'm joined by City Manager Georgianne White, who's standing in for the mayor. And I would like to invite the Capitan brothers up here, please. John, Peter, Mark. Yeah, as you all know, every time the city council meets, we get to honor people who do great things in our community. And usually it's an individual. Today we get to honor 3 brothers who do great things, all 3 who are legal eagles, lawyers. I love lawyers. I have 2 sons that are lawyers and do great work, not only as lawyers, but obviously in the community doing great things within the civic arena, helping lots of people, certainly being out there on KMJ and offering information that's critical to the community, and you've been doing it for a long time. And so it really is a pleasure for me, the mayor, the city council, to recognize this. I would like to bring up someone we all know, Ray Appleton. Where's Ray? There he is in the back. Ray knows the brothers very well, and I wanted Ray to come on up and offer a couple of insights and words to these 3 brothers who I know are his friends.
I'm not dressed for this.
You're perfectly dressed for this.
I look like this every day, you know?
There you go, Ray.
All right. I don't know what in the hell to say, but I wasn't anticipating doing this. I wasn't even anticipating being seen. I just wanted to hide back there because I got to get out of here and get my show together. But these guys, this all began with all of us. I feel like the 4th unofficial Capitan brother. When I called Peter years ago, I had some woman that was trying to shake me down, saying that I ran into her, and which I didn't. And she needed $25,000, and quiet. And we got all through that. But that's what began this whole relationship that has led to Mark having his own radio program, and John, a successful judge and now retired, can finally be on my program for the first time today at 1 o'clock this afternoon. And he's never been on because, judges can't do that. But it's the one thing that I've noticed most about these guys is their sense of family. Wow. I mean, I'm the only child of an only child. I didn't have an active father in my family. I had nobody. Me and mom. That's it. And these guys, they are the tightest people I have ever seen. Christy, who's married to Peter, the other judge. Why aren't you being honored with this today? I mean, you're a captain, okay. Oh, yeah, all right. But, I mean, they have me over for Christmas. They have me over for holidays. And nobody treats me that way. And I love them to death. And they do treat me like a family member because every time I screw up, I hear about it. Boy, do I hear about it. This guy's my shadow here, but nobody is more deserving. They are wonderful people. And congratulations, dudes. That's it.
I'm going to give you all the opportunity to say a few words.
Well, actually, I thought I prepared some, but I really didn't. I find it odd being up here. I don't think that personally, and I'm going to speak for my brothers, I don't think we deserve anything. We do what we do. If anybody deserves a proclamation, I think it would be our parents, Colonel Nick J. Capitan, United States Marine Corps, and his wife, Kay Velasquez Capitan. Any good thing I've ever done in my life is because of them. I'd like to thank Gary Bredefeld. I'd like to thank our Mayor Dyer. I'd like to thank also my sister-in-law, Christy, who has taken the place of my mother in our family. She is the glue. She has been the glue for the past 30 years. Right, Pete? 30? 30 years. 31? But who's counting? I'd like to thank the entire board, council rather, for this auspicious occasion. Really, I appreciate it so much. And I'd like to also thank Maricela Solorio Taylor, my brother Mark's producer, for all her hard work, believing in my brother Mark and working with him. And most of all, I guess lastly and most importantly, the Fresno community. You all have been great to us, and we hope in some way to pay you back for this. Thank you very much.
Peter, you don't want to say anything? Peter's always the one who would say, I don't know what to say back in the day. So they always gave me the microphone and my brother John. Listen, as John said, I would like to thank Marcella for all your hard work in this matter. My sister-in-law, Christy, of course, she's the smartest of all the Capitans. We consider her the fourth brother. You know, to our family, friends, and colleagues for supporting the brothers in all our endeavors. Again, to the council members for their approval and Gary Bredefeld for sponsoring this. You know, when we moved here, we were sort of outsiders. My dad was a Marine. We had lived everywhere for years. And every time we would go somewhere, it was just always the three brothers. We made friends, but it was just a temporary thing. And so when we moved to Fresno, it was one of these things where we were thought of ourselves as outsiders. And then I look back on life, and I look back on our history here. And my great-grandfather came here in the early 1900s. His two kids, my grandmother Belle and her brother James, settled here. James opened up he took over the Athens Bakery, which became the Golden State Bakery. He opened up the Double Cola Factory. My grandmother Belle had the little soda fountain shop at the courthouse downtown. And then later in the Bucher and Kohler department store, which none of you even remember. And then eventually, they weren't alive, right? Exactly. Well, you were, John, but they weren't. But and then, you know, she had the Doorbell, a little tiny restaurant named after her bell. You know, my mom, she was born in Porterville, which my grandmother called God's country. And when her dad died, when she was 12, they moved back to Fresno. And my great uncle took over as being grandfather. He used to call Fresno sweet, sweet Fresno. I remember his little accent, and he would say, sweet, sweet Fresno. And then later, my mom met my dad, and my mom worked for the social services department, and she used to service Table Mountain Rancheria. And she would take my dad with her in the car on the way to Table Mountain and drop him off in a little field somewhere near Millerton. And he would sit and eat a little bag lunch that he made under the Fresno skies. And he would sit and sun himself and just wait for his future wife to return and pick him up and take him home. They later married in the St. George Greek Orthodox Church here. My brother Peter was born in Fresno. And my dad would always say, hey, guys, you could be separate if you want to, but together you guys will be stronger. So in that spirit, we opened up businesses together. A little cleaning business early on. Then later, we all went to law school together. And then later, we opened up a law firm together, and my brother eventually became judge, so now it's just Peter and I. But when I look back on it all, I realize that Fresno has always been our home. It's always been our home for generations and generations. We're Greeks, by the way. We cry a little bit, too, so sorry about that. But it's always been our home, and for us to serve Fresno is just an honor because it's given us everything in life. And so, to the council and everybody, it's a real honor, and I appreciate this. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you. Did you want to say anything? You should. City Manager Georgianne White.
Thank you, Gary. My pleasure to be here today on behalf of the mayor, but also personally, and I was chatting with Peter and giving him, I don't know if you guys remember this. So when I came to Fresno in 1986 and moved here to go to school and went to church I'm Greek also, went to church for the first time, one of the first people I met was Nick Capitan. And 3 boys, 3 girls in my family. And I remember him coming up to me and saying, I knew your grandmother and your grandfather. Your grandfather was my good friend, and I never knew my grandfather. So he was always an amazing storyteller, very welcoming, very gracious, was so proud of you boys. And I always remember with my sisters and I, whenever the 3 of us were together, he always looked at us with such love in his eyes and pride for us, because he knew my family from many, many years ago. But I know if he was here today, he would be so proud of you. He would be beaming with those eyes of his, those sparkling eyes of his. He would be so gosh darn proud. So congratulations to you for me personally and on behalf of the mayor. We appreciate all that you do for the community. Gary.
So what I'd like to do is please read the resolution, the proclamation, and then I'd like to take some pictures just here, and then we're going to exit, and your family come up and take some pictures. So please read the proclamation.
Whereas John Capitan, Peter Capitan, and Mark Capitan were born to Marine Colonel Nick J. Capitan and Kay Velasquez. The Capitan brothers have served the Fresno area with passion and hard work in the legal community. And whereas John Capitan was born in Memphis, Tennessee, John fell in love with music at a very early age. He has been the lead singer in rock bands for years, along with his younger brother Mark. He and his 2 brothers started the Cadillac Club and brought in huge, world-famous acts to entertain the Fresno community. John went to McGeorge School of Law and obtained his bar license in 1990. He began practicing law as a Fresno County Deputy District Attorney. In 1992, John, Peter, and Mark opened up the Capitan Brothers Law Firm. In 2003, John was elected as Superior Court Judge, and he sat on the bench for 20 years and retired in April 2023. And whereas Peter Capitan was born in Fresno, California, he graduated from McGeorge School of Law with several scholastic honors. He received his bar license in 1988. He began his career at a private practice and later joined the Fresno County District Attorney's Office as a prosecutor. Peter then left the DA's office and went back to private practice at Saul Smith and Capitan. He then opened the Capitan Brothers Law Firm with his brothers and has been there since 1995. He has been practicing criminal and personal injury law in Fresno County for 35 years. Throughout the years, Peter has even taught law classes at Fresno City College. He has also served on several community committees, including being a board member of the Lincoln Club. He has volunteered for many years and is committed to veterans by taking their cases pro bono. He is married to Honorable Fresno County Superior Court Judge Christy Culver Capitan, and they have 2 sons. And whereas Mark Capitan was born in Bethesda, Maryland, he loves music and has been in rock bands for most of his life. He has toured with major rock bands including Tesla. Mark, like John and Peter, is also a graduate of McGeorge School of Law. He received his bar license in 1992 and has practiced criminal law at Saul Smith and Capitan. Mark has appeared before judges in 30 counties throughout California. He continues to practice criminal and personal injury law with his brother Peter at the Capitan Brothers Law Firm. He has been practicing law for over 32 years. In 2019, Mark got behind the mic at KMJ Radio and became a talk show host. You can listen to Mark on the Mark Capitan Show, Saturdays at noon. He is also KMJ's legal analyst. And whereas their late father, Marine Colonel Nick J. Capitan, instilled upon his son strong family values, trustworthiness, and loyalty. He told them that as brothers, they should stick together to make a bigger difference for their community. They are three inseparable brothers who do everything together. Being of Greek descent, the number 3 is a very powerful number. Ancient Greek philosophers postulated the number 3 was considered as a perfect number, the number of harmony, wisdom, and understanding. That describes the Capitan brothers. Their parents would be so proud. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby honor, recognize, and proclaim Thursday, August 24th, 2023 to be Capitan Brothers Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you all. Thank you guys very much. Thank you.
Well deserved and overdue.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to council member reports and comments at this time. Council member Carbasi, any reports on your end?
I'm just going to be very brief. Regarding Hurricane Hillary, and there was a lot of concern from residents. I just want to thank Fresno Metropolitan Flood Control District, as well as our city staff for responding so swiftly. The wind was extremely strong, unprecedented for Fresno. I did contact PG&E a few times because there were a lot of outages, and there were a few neighborhoods in Northwest Fresno that were hit multiple times. It's really tough for our businesses, especially our restaurants that have produce that goes down when you have a 12-hour power outage, but also for the residents that are on medical devices and our seniors in extreme heat. I was very grateful to see that PG&E did activate more crews and they were able to respond faster, and that's the kind of response we should expect from that company. So great. Again, like I said, I'm reporting from Germany, and it was a great experience, and I'll talk about that another time, but I'm very eager to come home. I miss everyone there, and look forward to seeing you in about a day or two. So thank you.
Thank you, council member. Council member Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Just a quick reminder, this weekend on Saturday is the Fulton Street Party, starting at 4 p.m. Everyone's invited. I'm sure we'll have about 30,000 participants in downtown Fresno. Following that event on September 24th would be the Fiestas Patrias, also taking place on Fulton Street in downtown Fresno. And City Manager, there was some concerns brought to my attention this week from the artist who designed the water fountains on Fulton Street. I'm not sure if you've seen the viral TikTok and social media posts about the existing damaged fountains that have not been fixed on Fulton Street.
Do we know which one? The one on...
Several of them have been damaged.
Well, they are constantly damaged, and we're constantly fixing them, but I'll check in with staff to make sure they go out and check them out.
I think they're, usually it's water not flowing because people are putting stuff in there, but this time it's broken cement pieces and chunks of fountains that are missing from the top.
Okay.
So we might need a little more work than usual.
Okay, we'll check it out. Thank you.
Thank you for that. The 559 Market in Chinatown is also taking place Friday, during the 25th. Everyone's invited to attend. On the Tower District, we're starting to work on some major abatements and code enforcement cleanups on some of the abandoned commercial properties in that corridor. So thank you for the residents for their patience as code enforcement works to address those. I also want to bring to attention that Self-Help Enterprises is officially taking applications for the new homeownership opportunities on Annandale and Elm Street in West Fresno. So if you have any questions or would like to apply for potential homeownership, feel free to call 559-802-1641 to Self-Help Enterprises, and they can put you in touch with the application process. Lastly, City Attorney, earlier this week, I reported an abandoned vehicle at the City Hall parking lot for nuisance and blight. It's still there today, so we can get somebody to address that blight in our parking lot. That would be very helpful. I won't name names at this time, but work. I take pride in keeping my district clean, so if you would be helpful in that respect, Council President. And of course, with the national news with our former president, I think it's unfortunate, but justice and accountability will eventually come for everyone, including the President of the United States. So thank you, Council President, for the time.
Councilmember Butterfield. Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank all the residents that came out to Lafayette Park last week and gave inputs on our forthcoming senior center. I know a lot of folks had gone to the senior center headquarters over where the site is at, but as folks know, the Parks Department has been going out to different parts of the community, and we were delighted to have an opportunity to give local residents within the Lafayette Park neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods in general an opportunity to provide their input. Also want to give a congratulations to Will Oliver, who is the new CEO of the Fresno Economic Development Corporation, EDC. Congratulations to him. That's hot off the press, and we'll look forward to continuing the city's partnership, longstanding partnership with Fresno EDC. And lastly, Councilmember Carbasi, are you still there?
I'm here.
Yeah, so we did get a phone call here in the City Hall from Vladimir Zelensky, and he asked for his jacket back.
That was great.
That'll conclude my comments.
I'll bring it to you.
Vice President Perea.
Thank you, Council President. I want to start by just letting folks know that this Saturday we have a Tower District Specific Plan workshop. This one is going to be at Fresno City College from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Again, that's Saturday, August 26th. So over the summer, in between the backpack drives and the movie nights, I had the opportunity to meet with the principals of District 1. So I want to thank the principals for taking the time to meet with me and to share about all of the plans they have for the school children this upcoming year and to collaborate on ways to improve traffic safety around their schools. I also had the opportunity to participate in a press conference with the mayor and Councilmember Arias to announce the launch of our second mobile shower unit, which is in the Tower District, closer to Blackstone and Hedges. And so I just want to thank the mayor and our HEART team and Councilmember Arias for that collaboration. Also, thank you to the residents that live out in that area for working closely with us and keeping us up to date with any concerns they might have with the mobile shower there. Also, I want to thank the mayor, Central Unified School District, as well as the FACTS Department for their collaboration to extend bus lines both out to Justin Garzon High School, which is west of the 99, but also to the North Point Business Park. So a part of extending the bus lines out here, what we're also doing is increasing the frequency of the bus lines in order to reduce the wait times in between the buses at these stops. And so thank you very much for that collaboration. That's going to be a huge benefit to the residents west of the 99. And lastly, I want to just make note that we did start weekly pressure washing in the Tower District. And so on any given day of the week, Monday through Friday, you're going to see different segments of the tower being pressure washed. So that includes Olive Avenue, Van Ness, Maroa, Washon, and a couple other side streets too. So keep an eye out for the pressure washing, and we also have litter abatement taking place during the week as well as Saturdays and Sundays. So thank you to the teams for making sure that we keep the Tower District clean. And thank you to the residents and all the other Tower District goers for your role in keeping the Tower District clean as well. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. A few quick updates on the evening of Tuesday, August 22nd at around 8:30 p.m. on the 2600 block of Fresno Street. My Toyota Corolla was pronounced dead at the scene. Luckily, my gracious friend, Councilmember Arias, has agreed to sponsor me for a new Tesla as a housewarming gift, which I'm very appreciative of. In more serious news, last week we did have a community meeting with Parks Department around our upcoming senior activity center and our affordable senior housing. We had a few dozen folks show up to provide input as to what they would like to see in our 30,000 square foot facility. This is going to be state of the art, available to seniors throughout the city of Fresno. We have a commitment from this council and the mayor and his administration to get this project done. We got a lot of input at that meeting. I do want to thank Parks Department. I think they've held probably a couple of dozen community meetings, both in person and virtual, over the past month and a half to gather as much input from our seniors as possible. This has really been a senior-led movement. We're still collecting feedback and input as to what folks would like to see at the Activity Center. So if you have not done so already, please visit our website, fresno.gov/senior center, and you could fill out our survey there. We got a few more weeks. You can provide input, whether it's an activity or some sort of programming that you would like to see at the Senior Center. Please make sure you fill that out. I do want to thank our Public Works crew. They've been working hard ever since I got into office, making sure our District 4 infrastructure has been brought up to date. We have streets that had not been paved since LBJ was President of the United States. They're working on another neighborhood that is very much in need, that is bordered by Gettysburg, Fresno, Ashland, and First Street. We're starting with concrete repairs. We expect to be done early '24. And then we'll begin the repaving of that neighborhood. And so thank you to Public Works team for making that a priority. Yesterday, I went out to greet our Fresno State students. This is the first week back for our Bulldogs. We went out there with some free snow cones. We were able to engage with the students who I have the pleasure of representing and to educate them as to some of the jobs and paid internships that we have here at City Hall. We engaged several hundred students. So I would expect hopefully a little bit of an influx as far as new internships coming in on the city website, City Manager. Couple more announcements. This Saturday at the Fresno Valley Animal Center, they'll be hosting their Clear the Shelter event. They are at capacity, and so they're holding an event. They're gonna have adoption fees covered on a first come, first served basis. So if you are looking for a dog or a cat or a future pet, please stop by this Saturday. If you show up early, I believe the event starts at 9. It goes to 2 p.m. If you show up early, adoption fees will be covered. And again, that's at the Valley Animal Center in District 4. And lastly, I do want to say happy birthday to two of the folks in my District 4 staff. That's my communications director, Carmen Flores, whose birthday is today, as well as our deputy district director, Kia Feng, who had her birthday last Friday. They both add a lot of value to the team. They work really hard every single day to serve our District 4 families, and just want to thank them and wish them a happy birthday. Thank you. Pass it on to you now, City Manager, for any comments or reports that you have at this time.
Thank you, Council President, and my sincerest condolences on your loss. I know it meant a lot to you, as indicated by the varying shades of duct tape on the bumper. Just a couple notes. One, a couple days ago, we sent around our economic development quarter 2 report, which is something that we, Economic Development Department, has been preparing and will continue to do on a quarterly basis. So I would urge you to take a look, and if you have any questions, please direct them to Lance Lippincott. Second, just a little shout out and reminder that September 15th, 16th, and 17th is Greek Fest in Council District 7. And, you know, come be Greek for the weekend, and so you can cry at public events. It will instill all sorts of emotion in you if you put on your Greek hat. No, seriously, it's a great event. We get tens of thousands of people into the city from all over, not just not Greek people, from all different cultures. I always think that that's one of the most amazing things. I work at the festival and I cashier, and I'm always amazed at all of the various cultures that come through to experience our Greek culture. So shout out for that. And that's all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. You can find me by the food. Trying to catch my breath.
All right, thank you very much. City Clerk, any announcements on your end?
Yes, I just want to remind everyone there's an election coming up on March 5th, 2024. Please be sure that you are registered to vote. You can go to registertovote.ca.gov to do that. If you're sending in a paper registration, make sure it is postmarked by February 20th, 2024, so that you can vote on the March 5th, 2024 election. For additional information, please see any staff in the City Clerk's office or at the Fresno County Register of Voters office. That's all.
Thank you, City Clerk. City Attorney?
Just a quick reminder that code enforcement has our night unit up and running, and if there are any issues in your districts during the evening, just let me know and we'll work to take care of it.
Alrighty. And that will be it for comments up here on the dais. We're going to move on to public comment portion of today's agenda, which will include all consent, contested consent, unscheduled communication, and closed session communication. As always, there's 3 minutes for folks to address the council. We will start with folks here in the audience. If you wish to speak and have not filled out a yellow card already, please make sure you grab one in the back, fill out the information, and turn it up here. And then we'll move on to the folks that are wishing to speak virtually afterwards. So we'll start with the first person here in the chamber, Melinda Solis. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, my name is Melinda Solis. Mi nombre es Melinda Solis, and I come on behalf of all our,
Pull the mic a little bit closer, thank you.
for all our elder senior citizens such as myself and others in the Fresno community. Our rents are going very high, we can't afford them. There's a person on our complex that doesn't even get $250 in Social Security and still has to work. And it's very hard to know that they're raising our rents at Las Casitas, and nobody hears our voices, and we have tried to get them to listen to us, and they refuse. So I come to you to please reach into your hearts as deep as you can and help us. Put a cap on excessive rents. If there's people out there that pay $1,000 or $1,200 for a studio or a one-bedroom apartment, if they could afford more, they certainly would, just as we would. But we can't, and not everybody can. I ask you to please help us out. We need you. You are the only people we can come to. I am so grateful to know that George Washington was able to reach into the deepest part of his heart and do the right thing and free the people that work under his hand. I'm asking you to do the same and reach into the deepest parts of your heart to help your elder senior citizens such as myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next in the chambers, we have Sharia Thompson. Shara Thompson. Sorry, Shar. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I'm Shar Thompson. I'm the Central Valley Regional Coordinator with Tenants Together, a leader with the Fresno Tenants Union, and a resident of District 3. I want to first off thank code enforcement for working alongside the tenants through the horrible habitability issues that our members have been dealing with. Councilmember Arias and for his staff for applying pressure where needed to continue that what has been happening in his district. I also want to applaud the tenants who are fighting for their rights to a habitable, safe, and affordable home. Yesterday, the Las Casitas de Sierra Association, that is in District 7, who had a housing meeting with SER for Progress. Their housing manager who used high energy and attacked the tenants when she said, "Do you expect not to pay rent? That the community is not assisted living, and that they will be raising rents in this affordable housing complex every year for the next 5 years, if not more, at 10%. She also continued to say that you can't find rent at a rate like this here in that complex she met. Also, she said that the tenants evict themselves. How is all this correct when landlords are forcing their residents out of their units as they continue to push rents higher? Rent is going over their voucher amount, and they can't afford it as, retired farm workers. They're holding their they're also not holding their end of habitability, and they're forcing folks out as they have been out of compliance. Save for Progress claims they offer affordable housing to retired farm workers. Shouldn't they, as a nonprofit, do all they can to ensure that they are keeping rents affordable by subsidizing rents with grants that are available currently and each year? I also want to bring awareness to the Yale Association of the Fresno Tenants Union. This complex is working with neighbors and code enforcement to bring it back up to code. The breaker box was pulled completely off of the complex, and this was 3 weeks ago. It still is not fixed. This complex landlord is also the tenant's care provider through IHSS. The tenants have had bed bugs so bad that their forearms and legs no longer have meat or skin. You can start to see their bones. I'm just curious, why hasn't the restoration happened since code enforcement has already approved this? We need to apply pressure on this landlord. The police have been called. Adult Protective Services have been called. This is a criminal offense. This is not just their landlord, it's their care provider. Thank you for your time. I'll give it back.
Thank you, Shar. Next in the chambers, I have Des.
Hello. I came here today with some concerns that I have regarding the encampment resolution funds. Approximately 2 weeks ago, city had showed up at Fresno Madera Continuum of Care and gave a presentation on the earth funds. My concerns are the earth funds are being used for street outreach and temporary solutions and only 26 permanent solutions. Each application must identify one encampment. City of Fresno identified a 15-block radius by 8-block radius in a triangle only concerned of this downtown area right here. We have over, 4,493 people homeless in Fresno, California right now. But we're only focusing $17 million on the downtown area right here. I want to know why. Phil, when he identified this area, he came in for an application. You guys approved the application. You got the $17 million. You went on TV and said that it was going to be used for homelessness and mental health, but you failed to tell the city, the community, that you're only using $17 million for one specific location. You cannot use that $17 million for anything else. So if you don't live in the vicinity of that triangle, you will not be, you won't have resources, because that $17 million is only spent for this downtown area. Why are we only focusing in on this area for the services? $17 million is a lot just for one area. We just spent $5 million on this exact area last year. My concerns are that we are only focusing on temporary solutions here in Fresno. This is why we have 50% more unhoused population since 2019. 50% more every single year. The population of unhoused community goes up. Homelessness in Fresno is on the rise, which led me to do all this research. I am far from happy with my city for what I have seen and what I have not found, what is missing in all these city council meetings. These funds could have been used for rapid rehousing, rental subsidies, security deposits, incentives to landlords to rent to people on a voucher program. They could have been used for holding fees, for housing, application fees for housing, intern sheltering, new or existing, newly development congregate shelters. Not only that, it could have been used for job security. But we chose, you chose, all of you up there chose to use the $17 million for an 18-block radius. I think you guys owe the community answers to when you came out in June. Georgianne, you guys went ahead. You're the city manager for this. Fix it.
Thank you, Des. Next in the chambers, we have Kristen Pathier.
Hi, my name is Kristen Pothier, and I currently reside at the homeless shelter Journey Home, where I have been for almost 4 years. In January will be 4 years. My current situation is I'm getting my kids back from CPS. So the issue I'm having is that my shelter gave me a 15-day notice, and the reason being is I denied housing. Well, I didn't really deny it. That program just doesn't go with my living situation. So because of that, they cannot house me and gave me a 15-day notice. I don't believe it's fair. Just to throw me back to the streets. I thought they were supposed to be here to help us. So I'm asking for your guys' help with permanent housing. I would like to give the rest of my time to the unhoused family members who have lost their lives on the streets. In a moment of silence.
Okay, next in the chambers, we have Crystal.
Hi, my name's Crystal. I'm with the Fresno Homeless Union, and I stay at the Ambassador. Well, it's kind of confusing, and I can't understand it. If I get a job, I'm getting kicked out because I don't qualify for any of the services. But if I don't have a job, then I can't get housed. So which one is it? Like, either way, it's a lose-lose situation. My brother, he got a job from Dez doing the tiny homes, and he no longer now qualifies for any of the services because he got a job. And nobody can pay the rent unless you have a career because it's too high. I had 2 jobs and I still couldn't pay rent. You guys have this way too high. You guys need to figure something out. Work on something, help the homeless get jobs or whatever, and they could provide for themselves. But all these organizations that are getting money, they're doing nothing. It's still the same way. They're kicking people out, they're back out on the streets, and they're getting right back in the shelter. It's a repeat process that's never gonna end unless you guys all come together and you guys change it. Thank you.
Next is Christopher. Christopher Washington.
Well, good morning, Council. My name, as I always state, is Christopher Washington, and I'm now a new resident of District 3, which is Councilmember Arias' district. And I am continuing to serve as the outside organizer for Initiate Justice, and I'd like to add for the record that although I am an employee of this city, this statement does not come from that vein or that capacity. So today, as a community member, I bring 2 issues before this council. Foremost, we are asking this council this morning to see if you are willing to consider showing your support by drafting a resolution for a statewide bill in which we believe will certainly serve our community. So Assembly Constitutional Amendment number 4 by Assemblymember Bryan will restore voting rights to Californians while they're serving a prison sentence, finally ending a discriminatory policy that has plagued our state's democracy for over a century. Our democracy is rooted in the idea that everyone's voice matters. Right now, though, over 120,000 Californians are in prison, are banned from voting in local, state, or federal elections, and then we believe that it's time to join Vermont, Maine, Washington, D.C., and Puerto Rico by ensuring that people in prison have the right to participate within our shared democracy. Denying people with criminal convictions the right to vote is a form of racial oppression that dates back to Jim Crow laws. Because of disparities in policing and imprisonment in our criminal legal system, felony disenfranchisement has the same effect today that it was designed to have in the 1800s. I believe today that Black, brown, indigenous, and poor people are disproportionately harmed by these laws, undermining their voices and shaping our society. Restoring the right to vote for people who are currently incarcerated will not make our democracy, not only make our democracy fairer, but it will make our community safer. My last minute, my more salient matter is housing. I believe that the conversation regarding housing is one-sided. The mayor and council have vehemently opposed rent control, believing that it would, and I quote, be counterproductive to building new housing units. But then the question becomes, if it's not rent control, what then? Does the city have a sustainable plan in which will enrich our community for years to come? And I would like to state that my housing insecurity began in District 1, where Councilwoman Perea was my councilwoman. And I believe today that housing insecurity ultimately is a form of injustice that should be dealt with careful consideration. So I rise today to state that even as an employee, I'm facing housing insecurity as well, which just enhances my lingering frustration within the city. And my last question to the council is, do you have a plan regarding housing?
Thank you, Christopher. Next in the chambers is Sam Frank. Good morning, Sam.
Hi, Terry's up here with me, but she won't be speaking. I'm Sam Frank, Council President, Council Vice President, and other members of council. Just want to speak to an item in the closed session, and just remind you that if this is concerning the outreach that we've had, concerning the information.
Sam, just a little closer to the mic, please.
If this is concerning the meetings that we've started to have with City Council, we haven't yet concluded those meetings, so if all of you want to be on the same page when you do discuss it, it might be something that you take into consideration. And then I noticed that there's a side letter for PD for their folks when they have to go to court. On their court time. We have language that mirrors that in FCA's contract for all of our members who work at PD, who have to go to court in the same thing. And I'm just wondering why we were never reached out to when that decision was made to change their language. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. Next in the chambers, we have Kevin McCracken. Kevin, going once, twice.
Obviously, I'm not Kevin McCracken. My name is Alice Franzik. I do business in District 1.
Is this related?
Yes.
Where's Kevin at?
He went to the restroom.
Okay. Is he planning on coming back?
Yes.
Okay. Have you filled out a yellow card yourself?
Have I? No.
Okay. Would you like to speak on his behalf and forfeit his turn?
Yes.
Okay. You have 3 minutes. I'll start your time over.
Okay.
Thank you.
The reason that I'm here is I tow for the City of Fresno Police Department, and they are asking for some changes in our contract. And we would like to have the kind of a say-so in those. One of the things is the way they can terminate us without any cause, and they're changing some wording from non-franchise to non-professional, and we don't understand what that means. So we would kind of like to be involved in the situation, and so that's about it. Okay.
Thank you very much. Next in the chambers is Nikisha Warwick.
How y'all doing? My name is Nikisha Warwick, and currently I'm a homeless resident in Fresno, and it's been this way because when I was brought to Fresno, introduced to Fresno, immediately I found myself in trouble, which was nobody's but my fault, and then I became homeless after that, and it's these little programs that you guys have going on. They mean well, they do well, but they have a lot of things like everything was just rushed. I think nobody really thought it out all the way, knowing the different issues that they're dealing with, because that little triangle area that you pick the people from, or that you pick to house or whatever, is where all the misfits are. You feel me? Like all of the people who aren't accepted in other neighborhoods, or who aren't really stable. You know what I mean? There are people out there that have mental health problems. You know, have you ever been down there? Everybody over there's a J-Cat, like just about everybody. People need medication. People they have mental instabilities. They don't have no way they don't know how to even talk to the next person sometimes, you know. And that area, and then you put them over there on Parkway, mixing and mingling J-Cat with Hochikamochi is like that's the worst thing y'all could have, like, it's even worse now. Because when they get put out, they make encampments over there, like right around the same area. And there's so much fields and so much drugs and so much, nobody knowing what they're doing. Nobody knows what they're doing. You hire people who are younger than me to like watch over us or whatever they're doing. I don't know, staff us. And they have not the slightest clue what to do with somebody who has a mental issue. They don't even know what to look for. You know, they just think, oh, she's on drugs. She talks to herself, she's on drugs. Okay. They don't think nothing else of it. They don't know what to do. It's just like, I think it's just like somebody playing Monopoly and they getting rich off of somebody else's misfortune.
Thank you. Next in the chambers is Rosalinda.
Hello, my name is Rosalinda. I have 5
Rosalinda, can I ask you to pull the mic just a little bit closer to you? Thank you very much.
I have 5 children. I'm currently a DV survivor. I lost my housing voucher, and I can't afford rent. I lived in the home for 11 years. My kids were babies when I moved there. The Rescue the Children is willing to accept me, but I have an 18-year-old and 17-year-old who cannot go with me. And they asked me to give up my CalWorks, my CalFresh, and if I have a job, I am asked to give up that also. It's an 18-month program. I'm not on drugs. I'm currently unhoused. They want me and my kids to go on a 30-day blackout, which my kids cried and said it felt like jail. Kids forced to go to their private school. I had to give up 2 Bible verses to be able to use the phone. And this feels like a cult. And I also want to say my county worker is not even working with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosalinda. Next in the chambers, Fernando Elizondo Sr.
Peace be with you. Now, do I get 3 minutes or do I get the short clock?
Well, you got about 2:55 now.
I thought so. Anyway, the Lord is my strength and my defense. Apparently, all these comments from these people fall upon deaf ears. Do you guys really care? Has anything ever changed for the last 4 years that I've been here? No. Why? Because you are nothing but puppets. Somebody is telling you not to do nothing. They're in charge, not you. That's what's wrong with City Hall today. It's corrupted. It's just a big facade. Big facade. Where's JJ? You know who JJ is? Jerry the janitor. He's always picking up papers. He's not picking up people. He needs to be here, not in Germany learning Gestapo tactics. That's all he's doing. But anyway, say the least, nothing is accomplished by talking to you people. They need to go to the Attorney General and make let me see. I lost my thought right here. But anyway, indictment, just like they're doing the Donald Trump dump. I call him dump because that's all he does. But anyway, you guys are not going to get away with nothing either. You guys are committing fraud to the government. All this money that's going down the troop, where's it going? Jerry Dyer suits or what? Right? Another thing too is Jerry Dyer gave you guys a raise and you shouldn't have ever accepted it. That's a bribe. Okay? The other thing too is if he gives anything, he should give it straight across, not just for those that are going to vote on his side. Okay? See, I know I got short change, right? But anyway, it's irrelevant. Nothing gets done here. It's just a big facade. That's it. Taking these people's money and using them for your needs or your retirements or whatever you got planned. But it's all coming to an end. Believe me, it's coming to an end. The conclusion of the system of things, this systemic racism that goes on, is coming to an end. That's all it is. And God forgive you, and God be with you. But have a change of heart for these people that are crying in front of you. They're serious. You're not. That's the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Elizondo. Next in the chambers, we have Leticia.
Good morning, City Council members. My name is Leticia. I'm here with California Rural Legal Assistance. For the past couple of months, we have been defending against unlawful evictions and the closure of La Hacienda Mobile Home Park. And I want to remind everyone that mobile home parks are a form of affordable housing. You can house more than 60 families. And a closure of La Hacienda will lead to an increase of homelessness, without a doubt. And that being said, I also want to point out that the impact report submitted by AutoTemp/Harmony is inadequate, and I definitely recommend you all to take a double look at that because it doesn't provide adequate mitigation that would not be harmful for the residents of La Hacienda. And I also want to point out that you all are a defense against this. You all can do something about this, and I really hope that the La Hacienda residents can hear good news from you all about protecting this park and protecting the closure of this park. Thank you.
Thank you, Leticia. Some technical difficulties with CMAC. We're going to just take a quick break until the city clerk gives us the okay that we're back online.
The snack bar open? Only for them. Yeah. Only for the don't do as we do.
Tyler Reiner, who Mayor Patterson back in 1986, he was a strong mayor. My card refers to Fresno Unified School District. Couldn't Dyer call up Hanson or whoever the superintendent is?
Alrighty, folks, let's keep it down in the chambers. We're going to call this session back into order, everybody. Mr. Diddy.
I'm not going to fight anyone. I've never fought anyone in my life.
Do we have FPD present on site?
Close your legs. My legs are closed. I'm standing like this. We got kids right here saying they can see your step. Can I please speak, Tyler? I put a card in there, and if they don't have to do it.
Des, they'll handle it. There's somebody there.
Alrighty, let's bring order back to the chambers, folks. We're going to go ahead and resume with the regularly scheduled public comment period at this time. David Willis, you are next up.
I'm sorry, I can't afford new clothing.
Okay, well, there's thrift stores everywhere. I know one that has
Freedom of speech.
I know one that has a 50 cent rack. Think I can say it?
No, but I'm a rapper.
Folks, Steve and Des, I don't know what's going on, but this is just a warning. This is just a warning. It's a warning for anyone that's being disruptive. This will be your last warning, too, for anyone that interrupts.
Get rid of him. Take him out. He can't handle himself.
Your 3 minutes begins now.
Okay, here we go. I'm David Willis. No, I'm not Bruce's cousin. I know I make that joke every time. Okay. I propose that the city of Fresno buy 104 East Sierra Avenue, Trails End Mobile Home Park, now La Hacienda, and let the nonprofit Caritas manage it. Caritas, manage it, okay? Harmony Community causes homelessness. They like to pick on the elderly, the disabled, low income, and of course, the Spanish population. Easy prey. City of Fresno is against homelessness, and it would be a tribute to Fresno's and Mayor Dyer's determination to stamp out homelessness, to buy the park, turn it back into a mobile home park, and let Caritas manage it and make a profit for you. I mean, affordable senior living, right there. Harmony continues their scourge of evicting people. The whole park is a nervous wreck. Harmony causes homelessness. Elderly, disabled, low income, and Spanish. That's the resounding theme daily. Please turn it back into a mobile home park, put a feather in your cap, and imagine the joy of the people you will have saved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the chambers, we have David Marshall.
I had 1 minute left, right?
No, your time.
I want to share this.
Your time is done.
I
This
wanna
is
share
a
that
warning
with
to you,
the
Mr.
guys.
Elizondo. I'm not going to accept any more interruptions. We have a very long meeting. I'm going to ask everyone to be respectful. Everyone gets 3 minutes. When you take more time than is allotted, that's not fair to everyone else that respects the 3-minute rule. Next in the chambers, Mr. Marshall, are you here with us? Thank you for being patient. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Council. I am Dr. David Marshall. I live at 7261 North Michael, Fresno, California. I'm here representing the property owners at the Fresno Coletti Street property, 444 Fresno Street. I noticed that matter has been moved forward, but I still wanted to take the opportunity to just say thank you to each one of you as members of Fresno City Council. We don't see what you go through on a day-to-day basis. We get a little glimpse maybe from what has happened today. Tempers rise, things are emotional. But I wanted to just come in and nervously say thank you. One of the things that I've appreciated the most coming to these city council meetings that I've been at is how the council members reach out to members in the community and their families and recognize them and recognize their contributions to the community and continue to uplift and uphold those who keep their nose to the grindstone, those who do things appropriately, those who weather the storm. So again, I want to say thank you for that recognition, thank you for your support, and thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next in the chambers, Steve Diddy.
Please.
On the way over here, I had a 3-issue dilemma, what I was going to talk about today. One thing I was reminded of is lux e veritas. That means light and truth in Latin. Now, the first issue I was going to discuss was London-style policing. But as there he is, Mr. Balderrama, I would defer to him.
Please make sure you're addressing the council, Steve.
Okay,
at this
since
time. Thank you.
I saw him walk in, so since I've never been a cop, I would leave it up to the police department and the police chief to ask his officers, since I've never been a cop, do you feel more comfortable and effective with a firearm? Each officer. The second issue I was going to talk about was the treatment of mental health clients in room and boards, but that's mostly theory, so I don't want to get into theory in this venue. The third issue is, and I've talked about this before to students, because I've been a substitute teacher before, a 4-day school week in Fresno Unified School District. People have talked before about a 4-day work week, so why not a 4-day school week? Because I can speak on that because I was raised by my parents in Fresno Unified School District, Pratt, Gibson, Tenaya, Bullard. And I remember trying to sit in class for 4 days a week for most of the day. First of all, the seats are very uncomfortable in the classroom to begin with. So a 4-day school week would, I think, make life a lot easier for high school students, middle school students, kindergarten students, and grade school students. And continuation, of course, you don't want to forget them. So, oh, by the way, I brought up a lot of issues recently. I don't plan on running for mayor of Fresno. But I did come up with a slogan after listening to the GOP debate last night, problems here. And I will be having my top 4 prospects for mayor next year. I know it's not polite to point, but where'd he go?
Okay, thank you, Steve. Next in the chambers, we have Naya.
How do you lower this thing?
Good morning.
Oh, no, there's like a button to lower it somewhere around here. Oh, that one. Pull that one. There you go. You got that?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Hello, my name is Naya. My name is Renee. We are currently staying at the flats. They are saying we have to leave. I'm asking for an extension. We lived in my house for 11 years, then my grandpa's house. Now at a shelter. I just want to go back home.
They're asking for an extension because today at 11 o'clock, they're kicked out of the shelter.
Thank you, Des. To the folks in the audience, I know we have quite a few folks here for our 1020 item appeal. We're a little behind schedule. We got a few more public comments to go through before we get around. Just a heads up. Next in the audience is Joe Martinez.
Good morning, Council President Tyler Maxwell, Vice President Annalisa Perea. My name is Joe Martinez. I'm a resident of District 1. I reside at 1721 North Arthur. I'm here on behalf of the SOS, Save Our Sanctuary. Back in November, I came before you and 2 other times after that to plead to the City Council to do something about the 3,000 homeless youth left on the streets as a result of the closure of the only youth shelter in the entire city and county of Fresno. I'm here to say thank you, especially to my council member, Annalisa Perea, for her leadership and making sure that our young people do have safe, secure, healthy housing. We know that you set aside $1 million for the purchase of a building to operate as a youth shelter here in the city of Fresno. And recently, you put out an announcement with HHAP funds, Housing Assistance Prevention Program dollars, specifically 10% of the city's total allocation of dollars has been set aside to meet our homeless youth with this RFP that will provide housing, outreach, and case management. One thing I do want to caution the city of Fresno is that we're asking that you require and review and assess potential risks that could be as part of the pre-award risk assessment. One of the reasons why we're all here today is because the shelter had closed and we were all caught by surprise, and as a result, our youth were left to fend for themselves. There are different ways that you can look at pre-award risk when allocating or awarding this funder, and that would include financial capabilities, their past performance, as well as any risk-based that this agency may have had experienced. I'm also asking that the city have a high-risk grant policy in place. Not sure if you do or not. By having that in place, again, you are minimizing the risk involved in allocating federal state dollars to an agency who will oversee this grant. Again, close monitoring of this grant recipient is very important because, again, we're talking about city, state, federal dollars, and we want to make sure that whoever the city does award this new grant, that this agency is physically sound and also understands the financial responsibilities that come with this contract award. So again, thank you on behalf of Sanctuary, Save Our Sanctuary.
Thank you, Joe. Next in the chambers, we have Kevin McCracken.
Good morning. Sorry I missed my last call up. I was outside wrestling a parking meter. My name's Kevin McCracken. I'm a Bulldog Towing, and I help represent a group of us towers who are on the rotation list. You'll be getting calls from us. We have a couple items we need to address on the changing of this ordinance. They're going to change the ordinances to put into our tow truck tow service agreement. And some of the things we'd like to address, I really don't know the protocol, how we do this, what's the process. I just don't want these ordinances to get changed and all of a sudden at the last minute they're in our tow service agreement and then we have to hurry up and sign it. I want to make sure we can make these changes ahead of time. 3 things right off the bat that came in here. There's a reason, and we don't know what it is, and it really doesn't, it's not a big deal, but they're calling it a non-professional tow agreement instead of a franchise agreement. What does that mean to us when they call it non-professional agreement? There's a thing in here where we need to, transfer, the ability to transfer our companies as we sell them out. We want to be able to transfer our spot on rotation to a qualified buyer instead of immediate family. Right now, we're allowed to do it with immediate family, but some of us don't have immediate family. And we want to talk about that, how we can get that done. The biggest thing here is there's a clause that says a tow truck owner or company does not have the right to appeal the city's decision to terminate the non-professional tow service agreement when given a 30-day notice, period. What does that mean? Does that mean they can just pick one person out of the group because they don't like something that happened? So we need to talk about things like that, and I don't want to get into the weeds, but please help us out when we call you and tell us what the protocol is and how we make things happen, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. Next up, we have Miss 5250.
Okay, I'm here today to talk about the Brown Act. I was watching a YouTube video of how you're training whatever committee Scott Miller's on. I only got through about 49 minutes of it when the city attorney that was training the class said that he had cut their training down from 2.5 hours to just under an hour. I was a little worried about that and wondering if that's how all of the rest of the committees were handled as well, and if that is something that you guys knew about and approved of, or because I think it's a huge issue. Considering the basically 100% staff turnover that we've had since Jerry Dyer took office. The way a lot of these people left, including George Butler, who was not one of the top staff, and I'm not exactly sure when he left, but I know that you guys had to go to San Diego to get a shrink to get him deemed incompetent. But that was done. I am not at all happy about, because there has not been one single prosecution of a Brown Act violation. So what is giving you people any incentive whatsoever to even attempt to comply to the Brown Act? I was here when the dispatchers, that little press conference was called for the lunch hour, and Georgiana had to step in so that you guys weren't violating, the Brown Act. I don't think you guys know what you're doing. I walked into the city clerk's office the other day to get some records, asked for a FOIA, and she didn't know what that was. I said, okay, CPRA, and she did not know what that was. And I asked for a supervisor. The supervisor came to me and told me that it's called a PRA. So she immediately came, instead of apologizing to me that there's someone making, I don't know how much, working on that counter and does not know what a FOIA was, just like Miguel's boy about a year and a half, 2 years ago. You guys don't know what you're doing, and we need to spend a lot more time keeping an eye on all of you.
City Clerk, do we have anybody online that wishes to speak?
Yes, we have Lisa Flores.
Good morning, Lisa. You have the floor. Lisa, are you with us?
I think she dropped off.
Okay, let's move on.
Oh, she's back. Go ahead, Lisa.
Hi, Tyler. The unmuted button never came up. That's why you didn't see me. First off, good morning, everybody. You're here to work and solve all these people's problems and make life better for everybody. Remember that. Remember they're voters. First off, I want to just let you guys know that I went out to Roding on Wednesday. My beautiful, beloved, favorite landscape of all of Fresno is Roding. And of course, I was driving around taking pictures of the trees. Why? Because of the storm. And I've been doing that for over 10 years. The tree falls in Roding, and I know about it. Well, here's some of the problems I got going on at Roding right now. Chappie has a rental agreement, and they're supposed to keep the property cleaned up. But I've noticed along the frontage road that they have, that curve facing Golden State, there's a lot of weeds. And, it would be nice if they cleaned up the weeds in that area so it doesn't look really trashy, because there is a difference of what Public Works does and the parks do and Chaffee. And Chaffee is making it looking slummy. Also, too, the frontage parking that's happening along Belmont, where you can exit out of the park onto Belmont, where the gate is. You need to put up a sawhorse or something saying that there's no exit, because I got caught up in that mess yesterday, and it was very difficult doing a three-point turn with cars parked on both sides. And also, too, where is the parking attendants, and how come they're not tagging all the cars that are parking on the wrong side of the street in the wrong direction? That would be helpful. And also, too, in regards to the contract of the contractors for the new dog park, did anybody review their reviews online? Because, this morning at 3 a.m., I just happened to look them up, and they're not glowing. And so now I'm very concerned about the quality of work we're going to be getting at our new dog park. And finally, at what point in time, and do I have to wait 30 days for Mr. Janz's office to kindly return a phone call to my attorney? I'm still waiting, guys. It would be nice if Mr. Janz's office did return a call to Mr. Harriman so we can talk. And finally, remember 3 years ago when COVID first started, I reminded you guys that we needed rent control. or else you were going to have a bigger housing problem in Fresno. You know, you need to start listening. And it's nice that you're listening now, but what you need to do is set on a course of action. We need to see movement. We need to see actions. And you need to think about, yeah, it's going to be hard on some landlords for a little bit with rent control, but what it's going to do, and what I continue to tell you, it is going to stabilize your housing market and lessen the cost of homelessness in Fresno. You had 2 kids come before you today and beg for housing.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Next, we have Brandy N.
Good morning, Brandy.
Hello, sorry again, there was a little delay with the mute. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine. Please proceed.
Want to agree with Lisa and hope that the testimony by these renters helps with the idea, perpetuate the idea that rent control needs to be a priority, as well as what she said, that it is not, there are ways to do this that will actually help our market. Regarding the concerns of increased homelessness, some of the things have been addressed, and I agree with some of our unhoused members that have spoken today, as well as advocates, such as the person who had, with her children, been exited, given 15 days in this process. And I ask, you want solutions. I'm asking that we have that there be a equitable process be created and required regarding these shelters to ensure that the people who are potentially being exited get heard, because I hear from so many people who are back out on the streets, who were in the shelters, who had exited for reasons that possibly could have been mitigated, may have been unreasonable, but the only way to know that is to have a process that is reasonable and also tries to keep people from being exited, as we know that ends up costing more money and makes the city ineffective in addressing homelessness. I also ask that we have, just like the FMCOC, that we implement a lived experience council for the city, because only, as those who mentioned, spoke before, only those, and they recognize that only those who are unhoused can really give you that invaluable information to ensure that the projects are successful, that needs are made, and that there's not injustice. Included with that, I had another heartbreaking experience that is just like so many every single day, with a woman who lost everything. She had her stuff set up, not impeding any traffic, not even on city property, and they removed her belongings. When she asked if she can take her stuff, she was threatened with arrest. And she told me, I'm back to having nothing, and it sucks that I feel victimized for being me. We have to recognize, we laud Marjorie Mason Center and breaking the chains and other organizations that help victimize women, that these procedures by the city are continuing to, are further victimizing and putting women at risk, as well as other vulnerable people in our community, and ask that this be taken seriously, that we come up with solutions such as lived experience boards to hear, that we work on protocols to prevent that, but also that it's taken seriously, that the practices by the Heart Police are putting people, are not only perpetuating homelessness, but
Thank you very much, Brandy. That'll
Thank
conclude
you.
your time.
There are no more speakers online.
Okay, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the balance of the consent. I got a motion from Vice President Perea and a second from Arias. City Clerk, can you do the roll call vote?
So this is a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar. Motion by Vice President Perea, second by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Vice President Perea.
Yes.
And Council President Maxwell.
Aye.
Passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. Again, to the folks in the audience, we're going to hear just one brief item, and then we'll get to the hearing that was scheduled for a short while ago. We're going to start with item 1N, as in Nora. This is the approval of a side letter of agreement with FPOA for Unit 4 Non-Management Police regarding court appearances. This was pulled by Council Member Arias. You have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. As the chief makes his way up, I just wanted to let the audience know that to the families who spoke about their upcoming eviction, I believe it's a county facility. Our folks are in communication with the county, and they should be in touch with you shortly. So thank you for bringing it to our attention, and I'm sorry that the kids had to miss school to address us. Thank you again. Chief, I read this agreement, and in layman's terms, for the benefit of the public, it outlines the arrangement for us to pay police officers when they attend court for official business, correct?
That is correct. So this is something that was already in the MOU, but there was a little bit of a language situation that needed to be addressed. So in the old agreement, police officers could get paid as soon as they were notified, meaning if police officers on their day off, but yet they have a subpoena to go to court, if they got called at 8 a.m., hey, we're going to need you, then basically we would have to pay them the entire time. This limits it to only 1 hour. If we are able to call them off within 2 hours or 2 hours or more, then they only get the 1 hour standby time. So, potentially this could actually save the city money because it's pretty unreasonable for us to pay them from 8 a.m. to a 3 p.m. court hearing. Thank you.
I did have questions on the language. It might be for the attorneys or personnel. In one of the sections, section 7.8.023, it reads that if an officer is called on their scheduled workday, that they would be compensated time and a half for their appearance in court. In my view, if an officer is scheduled to be on patrol from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and they get called to court the same day, is this, as it reads, would this result in us paying the officer time and a half to show up to court instead of patrol? Or is this during the duration of the day?
I had the same question when I first read it. So basically, this wouldn't apply for a detective. So detectives work typically court hours, so that doesn't apply to them. But it would apply to that officer that comes in at 9 or 10 p.m. and works graveyards. So if they have to come in early and go to court, then they would get that time. Now they could also choose comp time, which basically they would get some time off later on instead of money. That's an option.
But say if the officer's shift is between the operating hours of the court and they have to go to court versus their regular duty, are they going to be paid time and a half for showing up to court?
No.
Okay,
No, so if it's a day shift officer who works, typically until about 5 p.m., they wouldn't get that money.
Okay. My second question is, this references that when an officer is on vacation and he's called in for court, we pay him time and a half, correct?
That's correct.
And that's reasonable. But my question is, I know most of our officers moonlight side jobs during their vacation. If an officer was moonlighting in their vacation time and they get called in for court appearance, are we on the hook to pay them extra?
So they can get paid both. So if they're on a contract, say at Walmart, so they're on their day off, they're working Walmart during the day, and they get called in to go to court, they would not get paid that contract law enforcement anymore, and then the MOU would take precedent at that point.
All right, so if somebody's working the Walmart shift on Monday at 4 o'clock, you call them in on Monday at 4 o'clock for a court appearance, they won't be paid for the moonlighting contract and the court appearance, correct?
Right. If they leave the contract, they don't get paid for that time.
Okay, those are my questions. And then my request for personnel is, can you provide us a memo with what compensation arrangements we have with other units for court appearances? I know other employees show up to court. I'd like to see what our financial arrangement is for those units. With that, I'll make a motion to approve. Thank you for the questions and answers.
I heard a motion from Arias and a second from Vice President Perea. City Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Motion to approve 1N by Councilmember Arias, second by Vice President Perea. Councilmember Karbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Vice President Perea.
Yes.
And Council President Maxwell.
Aye.
Passes 6-0.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate your time. We will now open the 10:20 a.m. hearing, ID 231233, to consider developer permit application number P2201346 and the related environmental assessment relating to property located at the northwest corner of East McKinley and South Fine Avenues in District 4. And I will have our city staff introduce themselves and begin the presentation of the items in their analysis.
And if I may quickly, Council President, this item, there was a request for additional interpreters, and we do have Hmong interpreters available in the back, and I will let her say a quick
Yes.
announcement to the audience.
Absolutely, thank you. One minute as we have the interpreter.
Nhớ cho số lên số từ của lâm bia khỏe xì thía giờ đi tông cả xài lâm hông gì của rồi bên nó giờ đi giờ là hai lưỡi bia cho trong sáng là nó thía gì của mà đi lo cho nó xài lưỡi cho này thế này.
Thank you. Please.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. Philip Segers with the Planning and Development Department. The next items before you for consideration are development permit application number P22-01346 and the related environmental assessment. I'd also like to note that the staff planner, Jose Valenzuela, is also, he's out of the country, but available online as well. Just waiting for the presentation. Okay, so the subject application pertains to a 0.69 acre site located on the, the northeast corner of East McKinley and North Fine Avenues, located in Council District 4. The subject application was was filed in order to develop a automated car wash facility. The subject property is currently underdeveloped and is comprised of a vacant building pad and an existing shared parking facility with a shared parking lot. It's important to note that the subject site, which can be referred to as Parcel B, shares a common property line with an adjoining 1.5 acre parcel, which can also be referred to as Parcel A. Parcel A is currently developed with a multi-tenant commercial office building, as well as shared parking facilities. And the existing the shared parking facilities cross both properties and serve both properties as well. It's also important to note that the commercial office building on the adjoining property is currently occupied by Rivendell Community Day Center and Prestige Life Insurance. And the properties further to the north, as well as the east and the west, are currently developed with commercial and office uses as well. And further to the south are existing single-family residences, and those are separated by McKinley Avenue and a canal and railroad. Oh yeah, it's also important to note that the subject property is currently planned and zoned for light industrial uses, as are the surrounding properties of the north and east, and commercial zone properties are located to the west, and residentially planned and zoned properties are located to the south as well. The light industrial plan land use and zone district is intended to provide areas for a diverse range of light industrial uses, including limited manufacturing and processing, research and development, fabrication, utility equipment and service yards, wholesaling, warehousing, and distribution activities. Small-scale retail and ancillary office uses are also permitted in the light industrial zone district. And according to the development code, automobile washing businesses are permitted in the light industrial district, subject to an approved development permit and applicable regulations pursuant to Section 152711, which are specific for automobile vehicle washing uses. For informational purposes, other commercial uses, including but not limited to automotive repair, service stations, restaurants, general markets, convenience retail, are also permitted in the light industrial district. And staff would also like to note that prior to the citywide rezone, the subject property was previously zoned M1P, which is the Industrial Park Manufacturing District, and that was basically the equivalent of today's light industrial plan land use and zoning. It's also noted that car washes were not listed as a prohibited use in that zone district. And the proposed car wash facility would develop a 4,400 square foot car wash building and a 120-foot long car wash tunnel. The project would also include dual queuing lanes, which could accommodate approximately 8 vehicles before entering through the tunnel and paying at the register. The vacuum generators and all the mechanical equipment will also be enclosed. The project will also maintain a 20-foot landscape buffer along both street frontages, and there will also be additional on- and off-site improvements provided as well. It's also in addition, a noise study was also prepared that demonstrated the project would not comply with, would comply with the maximum allowable decibels permitted by the code. And it's also important to note that the use is not subject to any separation requirements or transition standards for from any specific uses. As previously mentioned, the subject site does share a common property line and a shared parking lot with an adjoining parcel. And together, those parcels were established under a parcel map, and the existing shared parking facilities are currently developed across both of those parcels and serve both properties. In order to accommodate the proposed project, approximately 42 parking spaces will be removed from the site. Also important to note that there's an existing cross-access agreement recorded on both properties, and it allows for shared parking and vehicular and pedestrian access between the two. And it's further noted that the shared parking agreement does not require the subject site, which is parcel B, to provide parking spaces for parcel A. So therefore, by removing the parking spaces as proposed, the project would not be in conflict or violation with the existing agreement. And even with the removal of the existing parking spaces, the project will still meet the minimum parking space requirements required by code. It's noted that the site plan does depict several parking spaces on the adjacent site, which are called out to be removed or relocated. And staff would like to note that the conditions of approval do require the applicant to obtain property owner authorization from the adjoining property owner or revise or modify their proposed site plan so as it wouldn't result in the removal of the parking spaces on the adjoining site. And based upon the scope of the project, staff determined that none of the exceptions to categorical exemptions outlined in the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines apply to the project, as it will not result in cumulative impacts or significant effects, and the project site is not located near a scenic highway on a hazardous waste site, nor listed as a historic resource. Therefore, staff determined that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under a Class 32 categorical exemption, which is reserved for infill development projects. And according to the development code, development permits do not require public noticing. However, 3 protest letters and requests for notice of action were received by staff. And on December 8th, 2022, the development permit was approved by the Planning and Development Department Director. And on December 22nd, the project was appealed to the Planning Commission by Councilmember Maxwell. And on March, what is that? And then, and then the Planning Commission considered the appeal on March 15th, 2023. And after the item was continued, in order to allow for additional community outreach and engagement between the adjacent property owner and surrounding uses, the Planning Commission denied the appeal and upheld the director's determination to approve the project. Then on May 11th, 2023, the environmental assessment was appealed. And on May 12th, 2023, the Planning Commission's decision to appeal decision to deny the appeal was then appealed to the City Council as well by Councilmember Maxwell. And therefore, both the environmental assessment and the actual subject, the development permit application, are being considered by the council today. Staff recommends that the council consider both the environmental assessment prepared for the project, and staff recommends the council deny the appeal and uphold the actions by the Planning Commission and the Planning and Development Director to approve the project. Staff would also like to note that should the council choose to approve the appeal and overturn the action by the Planning Commission and the Director, that the council must find that there's not substantial evidence in the administrative record to make all the required findings under Section 15-5206 and amend them accordingly. And that concludes my presentation. As I mentioned earlier, Jose Valenzuela is also online, and Orlando and Seth Ramirez of Ramirez Planning and Mohammed Assad, the project applicant, are also available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. At this time, I'm going to invite the applicant or the proxy to come up and make their presentation at this time.
Good morning, council members. My name is Brady McGinnis. I'm the attorney working with the developer here. Alongside me, Orlando Ramirez, who's been working with the applicant on the development applications and the permitting that's gone on with the project. Number one, obviously, we're here to answer questions, and we want to make clear as a prefatory statement that
a little bit closer to the microphone.
I'm sorry. I'm usually too loud. I apologize. As a prefatory statement, we understand and recognize the neighboring tenant, and we realize the sensitive nature of this, and we don't want to come in here to look like a brazen developer who doesn't care about these things. But I do want to point out a couple things about the project. It right now is an entitled permitted by right use. It's something that was included in the light industrial zone classification based on the updates that were recently done by the city. Client purchased and is developing with the understanding and belief that that is an entitlement by right application. They have gone way beyond on some of the accommodative efforts that I want to make clear. There have been community outreach meetings. There's been an acoustical study, even though this is a categorically exempt project. They've purchased and they've participated in. And realistically, they are just trying to work this through and do what they can to make it a friendly, neighborly project. But honestly, you look at a project like this, which is on a large major corridor like McKinley Avenue, which is located in close proximity to the airport, located in close proximity to the railroad. There's a reason this is light industrial. There's a reason it's more of an intensive commercial environment that we're dealing with. But the project works in my mind because it's oriented toward McKinley. It's oriented away from this development directly in such a way that concerns about traffic volume and some of the other things that might be with another drive-through similar to what's to the north of this project could create different and more expansive circulatory issues and some of the other issues that go along with that. I did want to point out a few things. The easements that have been described, the parking easements specifically, there are no parking easements, number one. I'm sorry, strike that. There are easements for B to use the parking areas on parcel A, which is the adjoining parcel. But the actual easement documentation that exists for the property specifically recognizes this property is going to be developed at some point, and when it does, the adjoining property owners should not rely on or anticipate any parking from this property. And so you've got a hard corner project that is necessarily going to, with building and construction of improvements, it's going to take up most of the parking. And again, I just want to make clear that the instruments of record don't support the right of the adjoining property owner to rely upon those parking spaces. I wanted to comment too on the Riverdale tenant, which again, we're very cognizant and aware and concerned about, but they are an interior office user. They're not entering and exiting right into this development. They're located on the back side of the office project there. And quite honestly, these are the type of supportive uses that you would find in an office development. And remember, with IL, we're dealing with projects that are with office is generally deemed to be an ancillary use, a supportive use, and not a primary use in these centers. So here we're dealing with a primary use here. It's something compatible with the district. And again, like I said, I mean, there is enough buffering here, and there's a right of this applicant to be able to proceed and move forward. A couple comments on the finding of categorical exemption. There have been arguments or claims that this would fit under what's called the unusual circumstances exception. I want to make it clear that that exception, the burden falls on the party who's appealing and arguing that. And there's got to be separate findings that are made, findings that there is actually an unusual circumstance that the project presents. And here I would just aver and submit that you've got a neighborhood of very intensive uses, number one. You've got a project that is operating in an area of commercial quarter, and I will say that there's examples of other car washes that are located near supportive uses. There's a Ride and Shine on Kings Canyon that is immediately to the north of the Live Well Center. There are other car washes located near office centers and developments. There's car washes located in small strip centers, within centers, located near residential housing. So again, if developed properly and developed right, these are a nice supportive use for these districts, especially with office use nearby. And it's something that the intensity of it is not something that is going to present and pose circumstances where there are going to be significant effects. So again, unusual circumstance, two findings. One is that there has to be a finding the project presents unusual circumstances and not some subjective belief that this could potentially cause these problems. There's got to be actual evidence of that. And then beyond that, there's got to be a probability of significant effect on the environment as a result of the project. So in sum, I just want to mention again, the client is very accommodative. They're willing to work with them, and they have worked with them on the design component. This is not an entitlement where we're looking to rezone or amend the general plan. We're relying on a zoning ordinance that was recently approved, and quite frankly, if not allowed to move forward and exercise a by right entitlement, it's almost tantamount to spot zoning under these circumstances. So again, we're here to try to make this thing work and do the right thing, and we're here to answer questions. But at the end of the day, our interactive efforts so far have just been a blanket no. No, we do not want a car wash. And despite the efforts to, do some site plan work, unfortunately, those have been of no success at this point. So if you have any questions, or Orlando, if you have any comments, you can supplement.
No, Orlando Ramirez, pleasure to meet you all. Thank you very much for your time this morning. I just concur with what Brady has just said to you. We spent an extensive amount of time trying to work with the neighbors there. You can see my little 10-page summary I provided, kind of explaining the chronological order of events and what we've tried to do to mitigate some of their concerns. We understand it is a by right use, but we reached out. As soon as we found out there was a concern, we immediately asked for information from the tenants, and we scheduled a meeting. I did, and I personally went on site and met with Ms. Yang and some of the other tenants there and said, how can we address this? How can we become good neighbors to you? I even took out my sketch pad. I'm a former planner. I took out my sketch pad. What if we did this and did this to mitigate some of those traffic concerns you have across the front of your building? Everything was approached with a no. I tried. I really tried. We spent 2 hours on site having that discussion. We went to the Planning Commission. Planning Commission said, you need to do more outreach. We did. We had an additional subsequent meeting. We met with them. We tried to address, brought up some of the same mitigations we could use. We were hit with another no. There's nothing we can do. So we tried everything we could. Planning Commission saw that. Staff supported that. The Planning Commission supported that and actually denied the appeal. So we come to you and ask for your support of our project. If you have any questions, we're here for you.
And I did want to mention, too, that the developers here, and I think wanted to just introduce, and if you had any just final comments to wrap up, or to answer questions that you guys might have as well. And one thing also I did not note, too, is there is still going to be an access lane from Fine Avenue. I think that was one of the arguments or issues that was raised.
Hello, council members. My name is Mohammed Assad. I'm the property owner, and I just wanted to kind of reiterate that I'm still willing to work with the property owner and the tenants on how to make changes that to the site plan that worries them. We tried everything, and I just want everyone to be clear that I'm not some big, bad developer. I just want to do a ground-up construction. It'd be my first one in Fresno. This is actually the very first property I ever bought that's commercial. So I've owned it for, I think, 7 years now, 8 years now, and I would just like to be able to do what's permitted by right on there. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate your time. At this time, I would like to invite the CEQA appellant to present their case at this time, if they wish to do so. The presentation should be limited to the CEQA appeal, since that's the grounds that the appeal was made on. We'll have opportunity for public comment later if other points of this wish to be addressed by yourself.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning still. Council members, my name is Christopher Hall McCormick Barstow, and I am the attorney for Sammy, the owner and operator of Rivendell, and Jerry, the owner of Property A. You're going to hear a lot from the community, and I think it's more important to hear from them than from me. But from the CEQA prospect of this case, I agree with what was previously said. There are findings that need to be made, and those findings are whether or not there is an unusual circumstance that is created by this project. You're going to see proof of that unusual circumstance in glorious detail when they come up and speak for themselves as to their situation and what this project will do to them. What I am here to talk about is the fact that this project made use of a categorical exemption to bypass the CEQA process. And that's permitted in most cases, but there are exceptions, and there are situations where the exemptions do not apply. And one of those is found in 14 CCR 15300.2C. It states that if there is a reasonable probability that an activity will have a significant effect on the environment due to unusual circumstances, the categorical exemption is not available. The analysis that you've been presented fails to address that situation of whether or not there is that unusual circumstance. I think the record proves that there is, based upon what was presented at the Planning Commission level and what's been presented so far today and what will be presented following my presentation. If there's that unusual circumstance and a reasonable probability, that does not mean the project doesn't get built. It simply means that they have to go through the CEQA process. And that CEQA process has certain safeguards built into it to try to ensure that all feasible mitigation measures are adopted, and that those mitigations are required, that they're not simply the product of informal meetings, but that it has been analyzed by staff and the developer as to what the environmental impacts from the actual project are going to be. That analysis can help protect this community that you're going to hear from. That analysis can ensure that reasonable, feasible mitigation measures are adopted, and that analysis does not mean the death knell of a project. It simply means that the project must proceed under the guise of CEQA, which can be a negative deck. It can be a mitigated negative deck. It can be a full-blown EIR. But making use of the categorical exemption in this situation without even addressing the unique situation that is present, whether or not it was rezoned, if you go out to that community area, you're going to see that it's largely commercial office space. And yes, I understand what it's zoned as the result of the rezone. But this is not a situation of this community found an empty warehouse in an industrial industrial area and decided to set up camp there and establish their practice there. And this is a situation of people going to office space, making use of that office for a very fragile and exposed community, and then a development trying to come in. Again, whether or not the development is ultimately permitted is something to be considered after it has gone through the CEQA process, after it has been found one way or the other whether or not a reasonable probability of an unusual circumstance exists, and after it's gone through the analysis of feasible mitigation measures. I understand that there's a legal dispute as to whether or not the exception exists. The categorical exemption is there. I understand that. in this situation, you have been presented with sufficient evidence to at least require the analysis of those findings can be made. And if you can make those findings that there is a reasonable probability or that there is an unusual circumstance, then require that the CEQA process be followed. And again, this may not be the end of the discussion, but for today's purposes, the project applicant is trying to make use of his property with a permitted use, but CEQA does specify that in certain situations, you still have to go through the analysis presented by CEQA, and that is what I'm asking to do. The fact that there is an unusual circumstances present in the courtroom, and you're going to be hearing from them in great detail, I want to turn it over to them at this point, but I am available to answer questions.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. We'll now move on to the public comment portion, and we're first going to take comments from those who are in favor of the approval of the development permit. I'm not going to go by yellow cards today. If you would like to speak in favor of the development approval, please approach the microphone at this time. Again, this is public comment in favor of the approval of the development permit. In favor of. City Clerk, do we have anybody punched up?
There's no one online.
Okay. I would now like to ask for comments in opposition to the development permit. If you would like to speak in opposition to the development permit, I would ask that you form a single file line. If you are unable to stand for long periods, I will make sure I call on other folks after we've gone through the line. Please identify yourself, and you will have 3 minutes to address the council.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Jerry Marisu. I'm co-owner of Airport Village. Airport Village was planned and developed as an integrated commercial complex with shared parking, access, and egress. Developing the car wash completely negates that premise. Our concern is how the car wash both immediately and in the long term impacts our building and its tenants. Removing parking spaces, changing the location of the handicap access, relocating the entrance driveway closer to the existing building, automobile stacking immediately in front of existing office tenants, and blocking through traffic due to stacking in the relocated driveway, and also constructing an S-curb in the main driveway on our site. The developers removed 17 spaces from our lot, removed the handicap spaces from our lot and put them on the westernmost portion of the parcel, and put an S-curb in, and we were not notified at all. They never contacted us beforehand to go over with, to discuss it, to see what our thoughts were. We didn't find out until after it was approved already. This is an employment district in the section 151301, which states that this type of use provides for the appropriate location of businesses that may have the potential to generate offsite impacts while providing to ensure compatibility in use and form with existing and planned uses, which it does not. It will have a major impact on us. This shopping center commercial office was developed in the early 1980s, and at that time it was a very positive and successful business that had office uses and business, select businesses, and also office use supply. And since then, the demographics have changed, and we have changed along with it. We had a rental car agency that, as the airport grew, we went to a church. As the Asian community became, the demographics changed, moved to more Asian. And we have also now with this, with Rivendell, with a very successful commercial, very successful institutional use. And we have always tried to stay in growth and in concert with the community. I thank you very much for your time, and this will have a major impact on us, and I want to let you know we will not let them use our property for anything. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk and City Attorney, because we do have a large number of speakers, I do believe 2 minutes would still be sufficient to make opposing comments. Unfortunately, we're going to have to lower it from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. Is that acceptable?
Yes, we concur.
Okay. City Clerk, thank you. Thank you. Please identify yourself. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, council members. My name is Jason Ham. I work for Fisher McKinley Property LLC, which owns the office building immediately to the east of this proposed project. Nothing was mentioned about what's to the east of this project by the city planner. I also work for AGI Publishing, which is Valley Yellow Pages. It's the Valley Yellow Pages building. Our building is about 30 feet from where this is proposed, about from here to that wall. And we are very concerned about the noise. We're very concerned about the traffic. I am concerned by what was put on the screen a few moments ago that said the vacuums were going to be enclosed. If someone's relying on that phrase, I think it's misplaced. I go to these surf-through car washes. Those vacuums aren't enclosed. They're loud. There's about a dozen vacuums that are very loud, and we have a B-class office building across the street that will absolutely be affected by this. It will be a nuisance. The noise will affect. It's hard enough to get tenants to come to this area of Fresno, to let alone have to deal with this. And finally, I am very touched by the work with the disabled community that goes on there. I see it outside my window, these brave workers and the compassion they have. I can't imagine putting a loud car wash in their lap. It just doesn't make sense. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your time. Next speaker, please introduce yourself. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is LaShawn Tony. I am a published author as well as a mother of an autistic child. Her name is Georgia. I've been on Channel 47, I've been on Channel 30, I've been advocating in the community, not just raising awareness about autism, but what we go through as parents behind closed doors. I have published 2 books, Journey of a Real Gift Inside Autism, as well as Don't Bully Me Because I'm Different. My daughter's name is Georgia, Georgia, which stands for the book Journey of a Real Gift Inside Autism. And I am here speaking on the car wash because of the fact of how change affects our children as autistic kids or adults, how change in their environment, change in their schedule, change in their weather. I blog our journey every day on YouTube as well as Instagram. And I just want to quickly share a video of my daughter during a change in her schedule and how it affected her just this day. So I'm going to play this quick video, and it just shows the anxiety level of what she went through. This can happen just with the change in weather, change in their environment, change in their schedule. Any type of change can trigger anxiety, can trigger meltdowns and things like that. It's not fair that what this wonderful woman has been doing for 20 years to get this to come on her lot that can affect all the adults that are in this home. And I just want you guys to consider what we go through and what we deal with on a daily basis. It's not enough awareness in our community, and that's what I'm trying to bring. People don't understand what autism is and what it can do. So if you have children, just please think about if it was your child.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker.
Hi. Good morning or good afternoon, good morning still. My name is Sammy Lee Yang, and this is the face of Rivendell. Guys, say hi. So we talk about by right. The project has the right to be there because it's by right. But we don't talk about my client's rights. So that's why I'm always emotional when I stand here and I'm talking about their rights. We're talking about the rights to put a machine next to human Next to Enoch, who's having a hard time. Next to David, who's having a hard time. Just because the law says it's by right. So who stands up for my client's rights? We are here because we want to continue to stay there. And we do not want a car wash. That's gonna come, as it is right now, it is really bad. The traffic, my staff and I, we have to put the yellow cone outside because they cut through fine and they cut through straight through the parking lot. The way it is, it's really bad. So if we add more traffic, we're talking about 35 to 40 cars per hour more. That's not gonna be good for my clients. Please, please, let's stand up. You and I as a community, let's stand up for these people's rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Linda Fisher. My daughter is one of the clients. I understand what the opposition is saying, that they have the right, that the Planning Commission passed it. The attorney said that the noise situation with the airport, if you are out there for quite a while, you will not hear airplanes. I'm a former pilot. I was out there for hours, didn't hear the noise from the airport. There is traffic on McKinley, that's true, but we're talking about with a car wash, we're talking about people blasting up their radios, we're talking about the vacuums, we're talking about all the noise that can happen, and for young people who have either autism or have special needs, it throws off their system. They are very sensitive to noise, to smell, to pollution, to everything else that would be going on with a car wash in that area. I don't understand why it isn't possible to find some other location that's acceptable for this. This is not a good idea. If you move forward with this, it means that these people will be dislocated. We'll have to find some other building. And this particular location, the building, the surroundings are perfect for what they need. These young people go outside, and I know the gentleman was saying it's indoors. No, it's not indoors. These people go outside, they take walks, they're in the area, and I cannot imagine a car wash and this situation jiving, going together and
Thank you for your
connecting.
time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Carmen Olivares. I'm Enoch's mom. And as you saw, Enoch's reaction just to the noise here alone, I can't imagine what it would be if that car wash was there and he's trying to be in class where he's supposed to be at a peaceful time, communicating in his own way. I think he was saying it all for a lot of us. That's going to be somewhat of his reaction. With all the machinery going on, I can't imagine Enoch's stress, how he's going to be feeling so stressed with everything going on. The cars, the machinery, him trying to go out for his walk, wherein he's supposed to be at a good place. He's going to be coming home more stressed, okay? And I think that's not right for a lot of them. It's not right for my son, okay? So I hope you guys do take it all into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good morning. Hello. My name is Marisol Villa. I work there at Rivendell. I've been there for quite some time now. So you can see all the people that we work for, our staff, our clients. This car wash is not as important as they are. We have so many concerns, not just with the parking, not with just the noise, but just a lot of homeless activity that goes on. We get broken windows, we get trash in front of our doors. We get people trying to force themselves in. You're just bringing more chaos to a place where it's supposed to be peaceful for them. It's supposed to be a place where they can come and study and just feel in peace. And you're taking that away from them, which I find it very, very wrong. Very wrong. I guess some things are more important than others. But as you can see, we are a family. It's not just going to work and I'm gonna make pay. I'm taking care of these people. These parents, brothers, sisters, cousins, they leave them to us to take care of. And they believe that we're doing a good job. So what happens when all this traffic comes in, these noises, and they decide to run out the door and we can't go after them? They get hit. Who's responsible then? Just please take this into consideration that, and the car wash is not as important as this is. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Sherry. I am also staff at Rivendell. I know that we stated in the past, and I cannot stress enough about the concern of safety of our individual. We have many individuals that are known to run out and even run away when there's too much noise stimulation. With their car wash expecting 30 to 40 cars per hour, there is a good chance that an accident can occur. It only takes one driver not to pay attention or take their eyes off the driveway for a second for an accident to happen. I know we stated in the past that purposely us staff cannot control our individual, but I am sure we all know that we cannot and will not hold them down from the episode that they're having. Having a 3-foot wall is not going to stop an individual who does not know their own safety or the purpose of a wall. They will climb over it if they can, or just simply run around it. When we do a safety drill or in a real hazardous situation, our evacuation plan, including walking across the parking lot in order to be away from a hazardous situation. In short, building a car wash is not ideal for a community who has a hard time advocating for themselves and who does not know the safety and dangers that are around them.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and the honorable chambers. My name is Pauli. I'm a resident for Fresno County for over 40 years. Before I retire, I worked for Fresno County Social Services, providing adult and child welfare services, which is including what you see behind me here. We have searched for service for this for many, many years, and now finally we get the right services for them. You can tell that some of them carry the side up and down. That means they're physically and mentally development issue from birth or from whatever age. And they are vulnerable to noise, to environment, to air, and they cannot prevent them. They barely prevent themselves. So they depend on us who are knowledge, who are educated to prevent them. So we rather prevent them instead of take action. So proactive instead of reaction. Because my 30 years with county social service, I know, I can tell you that how difficult this unique population try to survive through the community overall. So I want you to imagine, close your eye and think about, you have a child, you have a daughter, you have a grandson, you have a relative who are in this condition, and you send them to the center. You send them to a center that you don't feel safe. You don't feel secure that how your child, your daughter, or your relative will go through the day from 8 to 5, you know. And every time you hear a call from such facility, you even think problem. You know. So I would say you don't want to hear any phone call from such family about your daughter or your son who are in this condition. So this population, the very unique population, and they need special services.
Thank you, sir.
They need care. So please imagine that. Thank you.
Thank you.
hello tụi nó của máy cho sành ya của tuần sai mà nhớ cho về bên điều về bên điều đó mà ya hùa sành chị của tôi mới nhỏ mà ya nó lo là chị nếu cô đáp chị nếu chị li hay lu chỉ tàu lu chị nếu chết chùa lại chị tại sao nó của tôi mới nhỏ cũng chỉ cho nhận nó cũng nhỏ thế chị của tôi mới cờ đầu ta li cho chạy tên nhớ tới cha mình cả nó là chị lỡ nửa tiền nữa mà chị không chơi nhỏ này chỉ xài nhau chạy nữa chị cũng nên nấu của thế một cọ nơi từ bữa cờ đó chị tao họ chơi cho nợ và mình điều nó cho nợ một nhau gì chị sẽ xua ta kỳ của mở trong nó tạ trên nợ một tao lợ tới khi mà của sạt thì lỡ họ chơi rồi chế nó là chị rồi chị xây được bây giờ mình nhỏ việc họ của tôi mình bây giờ mình nhỏ này chạy luôn bà một lời bây giờ mình trong là điều oli bộ trong lịch trả mấy rau nhỏ chạy cái luôn bà một tiếp liên sẽ chơi tôi xin rau chạy của nè của tôi lấy ra một đôi đã thầu community tới khi của tôi chỉ bảo lù đi ha chạy của tôi mình nhỏ là chỉ bảo lù thế chạy của thì do nếu họ chơi rồi chế nó là chạy tới rồi chỉ xây được với cho mình nhỏ việc họ bây giờ mình nhỏ chơi mua cái tờ sản rau chạy là rồi sai chỉ dân bây giờ cho làm cho tao là bây nông trồng rễ bây giờ mình mua oli chả thì là họ chân rồi chế nào mà họ cũng xả đấy mà ít bộ lúa chế một trâu bé bộ lúa chế mà rồi chủ lọt cho nó của tôi mình rồi bộ thế cho chả lá nào mà dân sống thế dân chỉ xây được có cho mình một này chỉ của xả thì của cho cái xả của xả thì có của chụp bộ lại chị xây ra bây giờ mình nói tôi chỉ bảo cứ nó khâu tận đây nó luôn năng rất là nhiều một đời thì li một chiếc phong cảnh nó phá cả chấm nhỏ nó đi cho xe nhỏ nụ đầu nụ cả chấm nhỏ nó thiết chỉ như xe nữa chị cũng chỉ sắp bù cả lại uai rồi chỉ xây được chấm nhỏ cho họ tàu chấm nhỏ tại sao đâu cho chế nó lo lại tụt trả chế chẳng thiết chỉ chẳng lo lợi dân lo tan cho rồi họ tàu nó chị là ngồi khi nhớ cho đó là của dân mình số là của dân báo rồi chị của chị nhà còn lại mất trong ô đó họ thân đợi bây giờ thì rồi mình điều là tí số một chục bằng lỡ là mà lo ô tỏ cá là chị sát thọ còn lại chị là họ chơi rồi chơi là sao ô
If I
nó
could just real quick, we give our Hmong speakers 4 minutes, 2 minutes, and then an additional 2 for interpretation, if you'd like to interpret at this time.
cũng đều mày cho ya
Hi, my name is Maitza Yang. I have a daughter. She had seizures and now she is mentally disabled. So we were able to find Rivendell to help us. We are very concerned about the safety for our children. Even every morning, so I make her breakfast, and then there's been an incident where I've watched her go on the bus, and there's been an accident, so I had to go to the hospital, and neither one of us can speak English, so it makes it harder for both of us to communicate. So if there is a car wash installed, there will be much more traffic. They'll be at a higher risk. Is my time? Okay. So that is our biggest concern. We send our children here to the center so they can be stress-free. I've been to these car washes before. There is a lot of trash, a lot of traffic. There's a lot of oil. So our kids can run out and get into an accident. We don't know how fast these drivers will drive. So at any point, our children can get into danger.
chị
30 seconds remaining
chị
total.
có sao gọi nè ba cho sao bây giờ nhiều cho nhiều á bây giờ nhiều chỉ bây giờ cho nhiều cứ cho liền rồi nên nó cũng tôi chỉ là mà trâu thế cũng tôi chỉ bảo cho ra cũng tôi nhiều nên nó một tờ là lúc rồi bên điều này là nên nó tôi tờ là ý chỉ là sao là cái lò thế mà cũng tôi nhớ sẽ cái rồi thọ gọi là chạy là hai chân rồi chết à.
So she said, please to consider us. We're all really poor. My husband has a stroke too, so I rely on Rivendell to be a place of peace and safety for my child.
Thank you for your time.
Good morning.
I'm Stephanie Lee Harada. I'm a retired school psychologist, and I'm a community member and also a colleague of Tiemi, the owner of Rivendell. And I want to talk a little bit about how I know the programs. I spent my entire professional career evaluating, writing plans for this individual, and I served 3 to 22, and Tiemi served 22 to 100 or until life. So I am against having the serve, drive, car wash. I think that it's any other kind of car wash or any kind of other business, it would be just neighborly, but the car wash that they are proposing to develop there, I have used their car wash, and I believe as a service provider, this car wash was detrimental not to the client, but also the care providers. As you know, our population is vulnerable. They may be adults, but they function on a 3 and 4-year-old level. And I would like two more minutes. And I wanted to let you know that I heard the developer talked earlier that there's no evidence. I hope that we develop or we live in a community, a proactive, not a reactive community. You want one of these residents to be run over, to be hit, in order for us to say, well, we should have done something different. I am in the mindset of proactive. If we can prevent all this trigger, we should, and we must, and we will have a community of inclusive. It's not that because they cannot talk, cannot mind, they should move. We should make a decision because they cannot make those decisions for themselves. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. My name is Manuel Cunha, President of Nisei Farmers League. We are directly north of the existing building. We are the complex that is diagonally across from the Yellow Pages. We had to, over the last 10 years, put up the entire facility of wrought iron because of the homeless situation of our staff being threatened in other offices. We have 10 buildings and all that. The problem we have there is the traffic. When you turn left off of McKinley going east, and you turn left right there at that little piece, then you got traffic going west on McKinley, so they turn off and go on to Fine. If you suddenly have people turning left into the car wash, you are now going to create a definite traffic hazard in the middle of McKinley and that intersection. If somebody is wanting to go right onto McKinley off of Fine, turning onto McKinley, somebody wants to turn into the car wash, now you're going to even have a bigger problem there because of the backup of traffic, but also the oncoming of traffic. So again, I would hope that this would not be approved, thinking of the safety of all people. And I thank you as a council, and I hope that you take that under serious advisement, is the safety of the people in the community, and especially that's care service that's for these people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rosario, and I am here because I am against the construction of the car wash on or around Rivendell. Rivendell is in the care of many autistic clients, and the noise from the proposed construction and machines that operate at our car wash are not compatible with the many features of autistic people. I know this from my personal and professional experience caring for autistic people, the most important one being my daughter. Noise and changes in routines are crucial to her. The level of noise from medium to high are a major issue. She begins to flap her hands, hit her head, and runs trying to stop the noise. The loud noise creates a panic attack type of response in many autistic people, my daughter included. When my daughter hears loud noises, she runs and screams, trying to get away from the sound, and in those moments, she is a danger to herself and others who may not understand what's going on at Rivendell. I am afraid that she would run into traffic and get hit by a car. It is very important to minimize major changes in my daughter's routine. Any small sudden change can demolish years of hard work and trust. When changes come, we know that it will be months of input changes and reassuring and reinforcing the fact that these changes are for the better. Noisy cars and large groups of strangers in close proximity to Rivendell will destabilize the safe environment. that we have built for our special needs population. Rivendell is an excellent center where I know my daughter's special needs are accommodated and she feels safe there. I understand the proposed car wash business would bring jobs for the community and profits for owners, but it shouldn't come at the expense of our established center and the special needs community at Rivendell Services. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Daisy Contreras. I'm a minister. I've been working at Rivendell for 2 years, and very passionate about the company. And one of the reasons I decided to work for the company is for all the people it serves. You know, we talk about unusual circumstances. Why shouldn't the car wash be built? And we're not seeing it only service special needs adults, but the demographics. You know, when you go to a lot of different special needs places, there's not a lot of people that speak Hmong or that speak Spanish, but when you're going into the center of Rivendell, all these people, you can see how difficult it is just to communicate. So, you know, they can say, well, then they can go to another center. If they don't like it there, they don't feel safe, there's other centers. Of course, there's a lot of centers, but this is a scarce resource, so we're talking about, you know, do they have the right to build that car wash? Yes, they can build a car wash. They're showing us by the letter of the law that they have the right, but what expense? Can we close down? Can Rivendell move? Will it, you know, hurt the parents won't feel safe sending their children? Because if my children weren't safe, I'm not going to send them. These parents are going to have to think, should I send them to Rivendell? But then at what expense to send their children somewhere else that they're not serviced because they're not understood, their language is not comprehended. And it might sound easy, but it's not an easy thing. You had to arrange an interpreter today. This is something they have to do every day with these special needs. When you have people that are deaf, that are mute, they can't speak. We talk about just autism, but then you have other people. I have clients that are deaf and mute, and if they can't hear the cart, they're not paying attention, and we're thinking, why would they run out? They're an adult. You know, these are special needs adults. They're not babies. We're not going to grab them. We're not their parents. We're not going to spank children. We're giving them rights to feel empowered and teaching them life skills, giving them safety. So when you're depriving this organization of, you know, those adults feeling safe, those families feeling safe, those are unusual circumstances because there is not a lot of centers that offer this kind of help with people that are this many, that speak Hmong and speak different languages that can accommodate the needs of these special needs adults. So I really would hope that you guys would consider it. I know you've heard the testimony of these, you know, people that are here, all our clients. They love Rivendell and they love to work with Sam because she cares about the community. So thank you for your time.
Good morning, my name is Yer Zhang, and I am the youngest sister and caretaker of a young individual who stands before you. Well, she's sitting down now. I am here standing before you to let you know I am against this project. Rivendell community serves as a haven for young adults on the autism spectrum, people who are actively working, gaining independence, an achievement that often requires additional support. Precisely the assistance provided by the dedicated staff members who are here present in this room. However, endorsing this project could potentially lead to an unfavorable environment for them, both physical and emotional harm. It is crucial to recognize the potential negative impact with this. Citing information from Psych Central, it has been highlighted that a significant portion of individuals with autism, ranging from 40% to 70%, experience heightened sensitivity to sounds. This sensitivity can result in substantial levels of distress and anxiety, significantly affecting their ability to navigate daily routines from various aspects of their lives, including education, employment, residence, and more. Lisa, my sister, is a part of this community, falls within this category, and she would be distressed due to noise level. My sister cannot endorse loud noises. She walks around uncontrollably, screaming and pulling her own hair to ease her comfort. With car wash being around can be worse. Her anxiety, and along with her peers, her friends, their anxiety pool peaks up so high that they forget their own safety and could potentially be harmed by incoming cars, possibly rude people. To make it short, Rivendell holds an essential place in her life. It's like a second home to her. Her friends and her staff family are like family. Please don't take it away from them.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Daly. I'm a retired music teacher. I'd like to bring to your attention that you may be already aware or maybe not, but Rivendell is also used after school hours as an event center. as a retired music educator, I would like to continue that endeavor, and we do so twice a month at this center. Thanks to Sammy, who goes to incredible efforts to turn this from a incredible school that you've seen and heard about into a working event center at a very affordable cost, where we can go in and bring our students that we want to continue this music education pursuit, a place to perform for a paying audience. They do so at a very affordable cost. This event center is also used for other events. Nonprofit organizations are able to afford the price that they charge. It is an amazing venue that is offered that is really unique. And I believe from the looks of this proposal that it will really not be usable as an event center because of the parking situation. Even for our events that don't fill the hall, the parking lot is full. And I don't see how these kinds of events presented at an affordable price can be continued. And then when I see this amazing work that the school does, and I see it occasionally, I saw it today, when I look at the proposal,
Got 5 seconds left,
and how that goes right against the front door of this center, I just don't see how they can continue. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Hello. My name is Martha Delatorre, and I'm here today because I want to have a chance and an opportunity to let you know that the car wash, yes, it's going to bring money, it's going to bring jobs, it's going to bring a lot of danger to Rivendell and their clients. Back in the 2000s, we included here in Fresno the inclusion. Fresno Unified was first district to include inclusion. Why can't we today include this population's needs? You guys have experienced today what it means like to have loud noises. Yes, we have the airport. Yes, we have the train tracks across the street. But those train tracks are not in use every single day or even every week or every month. They only run maybe once every 2 weeks, once a month sometimes. I can tell you that because I live near the train tracks. That being said, I hope you can consider seeing what you guys seen today, listening to everyone. Consider that the car wash is not a place for that area. Any other business that is friendly neighbor can be a friendly neighbor to Rivendell. But why take the opportunity from all these clients who are in desperate needs? Would you send your 2-3-year-old child to a school that has a neighboring car wash? Think about that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Linigan, and I live in Clovis. I worked with Rivendell since July of last year, and they've been wonderful to work with. I see them serving our community in amazing ways. Rivendell serves disabled students and adults from 22 to 70. Rivendell meets the needs of disabled adults that aren't met elsewhere. This unique setting, which has been built and developed to meet the needs of these populations with very diverse needs. Fresno is being very well served by Rivendell, as you can see. My background is in education. I taught music in our public schools for 39 years. Students with special needs were often mainstreamed into many of my classes. From my experience, the core to success is a controlled environment. And that's really what we're talking about, the environment. Rivendell provides a controlled environment which is secure and consistent from minute to minute, day to day. When the environment changes due to noise or traffic, anything can trigger behavior and progress of these disabled adults. This includes running, imploding, or even becoming violent. These clients with their unique and special needs must have a controlled and consistent environment. Any disruptions is open to unknown behaviors and consequences. Fresno's got a great thing in Rivendell. Don't change something that's great. Thank you.
Is there anybody in the audience that wished to speak in opposition but was unable to stand in line? Seeing nobody. City Clerk, do we have anybody punched up online?
There's no one online.
Okay, thank you. Would the applicant like to provide a rebuttal at this time?
Thank you for the opportunity to get up here and talk a little bit more about this. I appreciate the comments. We appreciate the comments and understand some of the community concerns and needs, and we are all for having active neighborhoods with good people who want to operate solid businesses. But we've also got to realize that this is a private property. This is a property that is designated and intended for commercial use. And what I'm hearing is noise, traffic, all of these different considerations would not be beneficial for this group that is treated there, and I get that. But the problem is, at some point, those property rights need to be exercised, and that is a commercial development. It's a corner development, and unfortunately, as with any development, it's going to involve some traffic, it's going to involve some noise, and it's going to involve more intensity than what's there. But from our perspective and a policy perspective, this is an infill project. It's one that was studied and planned and agreed to as part of the zoning updates that were recently done. So I really wanted to just caution and make it clear that there are property interests and rights that need to be considered and taken into account of, because right now what we're hearing is that property is being used as a large overflow parking area for these after-hour events that were discussed and some other things. And my comment or concern there is that everybody needs to realize with development, that area is not going to be a parking resource anymore. It's going to be used for a development at an infill site at the very corner itself. I do want to remind too, and be careful about this unusual circumstance test. It is a novel exception. It's not the general rule. The state has made and created some presumptions when it comes to these categorical exemptions. Those are normally supposed to be respected and understood. And to rebut that, there needs to be findings. There needs to be findings that the project itself presents unusual circumstances. And beyond that, those unusual circumstances create a reasonable probability of significant effect. So, I mean, at the end of the day, we've got to study this project in this environment, realizing it's a heavily traveled commercial corridor that's surrounded by office, surrounded by QSR's fast food, and it's really an ancillary project to buffer from airport and heavier industrial needs. So those are the main points I wanted to do, and I just wanted to remind everybody of those two requirements, those two findings, to accept yourself from the categorical exemption that is a strong exemption that's state policy. Thank you.
Good afternoon now, Orlando Ramirez again. Just want to remind the council also that when Mr. Assad purchased this property in 2016, he took a careful look at the general plan, the zoning, and the permitted uses for this site. We found that in 2016, there was a citywide rezone that changed the zoning, as Phil indicated, that allowed for this to be permitted by right. That was carefully analyzed by staff. The adopted environmental impact report said that we vetted this property and it is permitted for car washes by right. So as far as compatibility issue, it is compatible. I know in the past that development permits and site plan reviews can be challenged, such as why we're here today. But typically they're challenged on the character of use, not the compatibility of the use. The compatibility of the use is there. It's permitted by right. It's been vetted by staff, approved by the Planning Commission, approved by Jennifer Clark, and also adopted by the City Council. So the compatibility is there. The character of use is what's really in question here. Is this out of character? And as was pointed out earlier, There is no unusual circumstance. The character is consistent with what has been approved throughout the city of Fresno over the last 20 years with car washes. I personally took a drive out to 6 to 10 different car washes in the city and found out similar situations, which I pointed out just a few here in my summary. They were coinciding with this. I also reached out to your code enforcement division for the sites that were in close proximity to office or residential uses. I checked, has there been any concerns submitted, any code enforcement issues? We had zero response. I was a code enforcement supervisor for 25 years in another city to the east of you. And in those times, I processed over 12 car washes, very similar to this and similar proximities to office and residential. Not once did I ever, in the 600 cases I reviewed a year, did I receive a complaint or concern regarding a car wash being incompatible with an adjacent land use. So that there, it tells me that we don't have any issues with character or compatibility. We also talked about, the gentleman talked about the homelessness situation. As we know, homelessness is a big problem in the city of Fresno. But along with development, you also you bring a new set of eyes to that development, to that area. Nothing deters homelessness more so than development. Development, like I said, brings another set of eyes to that area, making it more difficult for transits to lodge in these areas that are active. The gentleman also claimed that his building to the east is only 30 feet away. That's impossible. We have a 30-foot setback from property on the east side on Fine Avenue. There's a 10-foot curbing pattern, there's a 54-foot right-of-way, then there's a 10-foot curbing pattern on his side, then a 30-foot setback. We're looking well over 100 feet. And then the car wash is set furthest to the south to mitigate any noise. In fact, we also strategically placed the exit lane where the blowers are. That's where your most noise is, when the blowers, when you're exiting the car wash. We have put it in that location to address any concerns with McKinley Avenue, with any of the residents to the north, which is the office complex. We also, when we approached these folks, when we met on the 15th on site, they've addressed and they've indicated there's a noise concern. When we met on site, we actually met outside. It was convenient or inconvenient that at that time, staff had taken the residents for a walk around the parking lot. It's at a drive aisle. They were there within 30 feet of McKinley Avenue as Harley-Davidsons, souped-up Chargers, airplanes were passing by. It was difficult for us to talk. We had to take our meeting back indoors so we could discuss the project. Yet the residents were allowed to walk in circles within 30 feet of McKinley Avenue.
Please, no interruptions from the audience at this time.
The residents were allowed, supervised, but they were allowed to walk in circles around the drive aisles 30 feet from McKinley Avenue where there was just a constant disruption of noise. So the noise should not be a concern. The last gentleman spoke, also brought up the event center, and Brady touched on that. It is common knowledge that there is events, not community-oriented events, but quinceañeras, weddings, you name it, at this location on Fridays and Saturday nights. All of a sudden, parking is not an issue. The CC&Rs for this site specifically state that any parking use related to this project or to any project in the center have to remain on site. You can go there on any given weekend and find 150 to 200 cars, not only on this site, but the buildings to the east and along Fine Avenue. So parking is not an issue. This development, yes, it takes away a few parking stalls, but if you look at the parking ratios for office uses, you are required to have only 43 parking stalls for the remaining uses. They would have that same parking. So we're not impacting parking whatsoever. We have made another concession during one of our design charrettes, if you will, where right now the way it's designed, if you have a site plan up or available to you, as you exit the tunnel, you have to go westward and then egress the car wash into the drive aisle. We've also recommended, well, what if we put another egress or an exit lane when you come out of the car wash, you can exit straight onto Fine Avenue. Therefore, it minimizes the amount of traffic that will come within your center as they exit. As we know, and as I personally experienced, 70% of the times I do not use the vacuums. I wash and I leave. I think most folks are like that. And I've been to I go to several car washes. I have never seen queuing more than 2 or 3 vehicles at a time. This car wash would bring in approximately 1 vehicle every 2 minutes. Yes, it says 250, but we're talking about during the peak times, 1 to 3 p.m., Monday through Friday, Saturdays 3:15 to 5 p.m. Those are your peak hours. That's when you get the brunt of your car wash visitors or patrons. So we do not have a traffic issue. We do not have a noise issue. The noise study confirms and affirms that we have followed every rule, and we strategically designed this site to meet every component of the city's intents and purpose with the general plan, site plan review process, development permit process. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and close the hearing at this time and bring it back up here to the dais for council member comments and questions. I have council member Arias punched up. Council member, floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. I know this is in your district, so I'll be awaiting your comments, but I just wanted to put for the record that I have read everything that's been submitted for the record up to this point and to all the correspondence that have been received by the city clerk. You know, I recognize that this project has gone through the process of planning director and the planning commission, but wanted, for the benefit of the public, to reiterate that staff has a role in these projects. Their job is to review and process the applications that's submitted. The planning commission has their role, but the planning commission is not elected to represent the residents of the city. That is the role of the governing body that is before us today. And in this process, there's a critical review component and a public input component. And I'm glad to see the room full today and that you guys are all participating in that process. In my previous profession, leading the school district, I was, amongst my many tasks, I was responsible for opening artistic programs at neighborhood schools. And one of the takeaways for us as school district, as this was fairly new for everyone, was the recognition after the fact that simply locating a program in a school site that worked for regular school operations wasn't sufficient because the level of the noise in the neighborhood, the level of light, the level of the environment in which it was existed had a significant impact on the autistic student population. As a matter of fact, we had many incidents early on where students would run off campus based on the level of noise, a truck passing by. Some of the schools were on Palm. Palm is a high traffic road, a lot of trucks run by, and none of us realized the level of noise and the impact it had on the autistic students until after the fact, because that was a lesson learned for us as we designed programs and identified schools that were really surrounded by residential neighborhoods and where truck trips and high traffic wasn't a standard for the noise. It's also very clear on the record that the proximity of this project is near a program that serves the autistic and special needs population in the city. And it's also clear on the record that that population has significant sensitivity to noise. What we learned in the school district is that it takes autistic students and adults a long time to adjust to their environment, noise and light. Sometimes it takes years to make that adjustment. And once they find a site in which the noise that some of us hear has become white noise for them, then that's the time in which they fully engage and excel in their progression because they finally made that adjustment. It's no different than when I lived next to a train. After a while, you stop hearing the train. But if a car backfires, clearly you hear that. The federal government also recognizes the impact that noise has. That's why anyone living by the airport, any residential property living by the airport, gets noise mitigation paid for by the federal government and the airport. Windows are upgraded, installations upgraded, but that is not available for commercial properties, even though they house a special needs population that clearly is highly sensitive to the noise levels of airplanes passing by. So from my perspective, noise is a primary factor. Yes, zoning outlines that there's by right development, but by right development and the city municipal code also calls for us to look at the local context in which that by right development is being proposed. And in this case, the residents of Fresno with special needs, autistic health conditions that are clearly highly sensitive to noise, who were there first, need to be considered for the significant impact that it would create for them. So that is what I'm gonna weigh on the record and the evidence. because it is going to be far more difficult to find a quiet neighborhood for such a population with so many needs than to find a new location for somebody to wash their car. So thank you all.
Council Member Bertefield, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I have a question either for the developers or staff. Yeah. There were community meetings, correct?
Yes, there were. At least there was some engagement between the applicant group and the existing user of the site, the Rivendell community, and I think the property owner.
Do you
The
know how many
applicant can,
meetings they had?
off the top of my head, I do
Roughly
not know.
three? And I assume that the community expressed their opposition to the car wash at that time. Were other alternatives in terms of developments considered, raised, that would be more acceptable to the residents or the community?
I think that's better addressed by the applicant.
Okay.
In two of our specific meetings, we actually said, as an alternative, what would you like to see there? Provide us a list of what you would like to see for that site. We heard a lot of QSR, quick service restaurants with drive-throughs. Those double the traffic impacts to these locations. So we said that you do understand, be careful what you ask for, in that if you ask for a QSR, a coffee shop, or restaurant, you're now looking at 4 vehicles every minute or two instead of 1 vehicle every 2 minutes. So it's a more significant impact and a different process. There's more queuing, more noise, there's amplification with the speaker boxes. This car wash or any car wash, they no longer use these amplified boxes for attendees. It's all self-serve now. So we tried and we asked for a list and we never received that and never anything that was actually viable. We even offered to sell our property to the applicant, the owner, I should say. That never materialized either. So we made every effort to try to address and try to see what could work for that site. The way the market dictates is a car wash would be ideal for that location. Our studies indicate that. So we also tried with the Human Being, another coffee service. That would have had a more detrimental impact regarding access and queuing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of the struggle that I have is you by right can develop this. Clearly the residents don't want it because of the concerns that they've expressed. So I'm left wondering, okay, if not that, then what? And you're saying that there wasn't any good alternatives suggested, and you don't see any other good alternatives?
I don't see any. And as regarding that, they say, well, what about offices? Well, office market has changed in reality. With COVID, everyone's working remotely. Office space is a dime a dozen now. So that was not even an option.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Do we have any other comments or questions from the dais or from our council member participating virtually? See nobody else punched up. I appreciate everyone taking the time to be here today. I know you all have very busy schedules and places you'd probably rather be. I appreciate hearing from both sides of this argument today, and have weighed all the opinions expressed orally and via written communication over the past couple of months. Based on the information presented today through oral testimony at this hearing and the information presented into the record, the proposed project is expected to be injurious to the property immediately adjacent to the proposed project, and as such could adversely affect the surrounding area. I find the project does not comply with Muni Code Section 15-2503 of the Fresno Municipal Code that requires a project to not be injurious to the surrounding areas. Therefore, finding A of FMC Section 15-5206 cannot be made, and on that basis, I move to deny the application.
Second.
I have a second from Councilmember Arias. City Clerk, would you please take the roll?
So there's been a motion to deny the item by Council President Maxwell, seconded by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Vice President Perea.
Yes.
And Council President Maxwell.
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. Appreciate everyone's time. We'll resume our council meeting at 2 p.m. Thank you. time is 2:09 p.m. and I call this meeting back to order. We do have a couple of scheduled appearances. My apologies that we were not able to get to them sooner. I will call on them in the order they appear on the agenda. First one is a 10 a.m. appearance by Maria Alvarez Garcia to discuss demand accountability for animal abuse and neglect and stop backyard breeders. Ms. Alvarez Garcia, are you in the chambers or on Zoom? No? Okay. Gonna move on to the 10:03 a.m. appearance by Jose Velasquez to discuss code enforcement negligence adjacent field to my home, causing damage to my home due to fire. Mr. Velasquez, are you in the chambers or on Zoom? Okay. I believe that concludes our timed items on today's agenda. We're gonna move over to contested consent. We're going to do them in alphabetical order. We're going to start with 1C, as in Charles. Approve the award of a requirements contract for retreating of commercial truck tires to Delray Tire and retreading of Fresno. This item was pulled by Council Member Bredefeld. Council Member, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to ask, how long do these retread tires last versus new tires?
Good afternoon, Council. Cliff Traw, Admin Manager, GST. There is a negligible difference, if any at all, between a new tire and a retread tire as far as its length of service.
So they, I guess, would just last the same amount of time, retread
Yes,
versus
sir.
new?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But the retread is so much cost effective?
Correct, and it's because it's remanufactured.
Right, okay.
Largely recycled.
Okay, and that's generally that's the go-to plan typically with the use of these tires. We go to retreads because of the cost saving. Okay, make a motion to approve.
I have a motion by Bredefeld and a second by Arias. City Clerk, could you please take the roll? We do have Councilmember Chavez joining us virtually.
Right.
Whoa.
Motion.
Guten Tag.
He's actually in Dallas at this point on his way back.
Oh, yeehaw.
Guten Tag to my colleagues.
Motion to approve 1C by Councilmember Bredefeld, second by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Councilmember Perea, or Vice President Perea, pardon.
Yes.
And Council President Maxwell.
Aye.
Passes 6-0.
Alrighty, thank you. Councilmember Chavez, would you please inform the council and the public where you're calling in from at the moment?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. And for the record, I'm calling in from Dallas Airport Business Center per AB 2449. It was just myself here. There's nobody else in the room. Thank you.
Is that sufficient, City Attorney?
Yes, Council President.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to item 1G, as in George, a resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to apply for a $500,000 grant from the California Strategic Growth Council. This was pulled to contested by Councilmember Esparza. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Council President. So I will make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Esparza, second by Arias.
Had a few questions. I know we're used to seeing these come across our desk, usually with more detail. So really was just curious if you could provide an overview of what type of planning activity we're requesting the funds for.
Yeah, so Shelby McNabb, Business Manager in Parks. This grant will enable us to do community engagement and conceptual design for community resilience centers. Those centers are used for cooling, warming, emergency response, but then when they're not being used for that, they're used as a community center to build resilience. So it will give us all of the information that we need to be able to apply for a construction grant in future rounds.
I noticed the project area was all of the community centers. I mean, is it really all of them, or are we focusing on any specific ones?
So the goal is to let the community decide. So as part of the process, we would take it out to the community and work through a process to identify one or more locations, whether that be at existing centers or in the priority area that's identified in the map. So it will be narrowed down, and it may be retrofits or new construction based on what the community communicates as a need. But it is very broad, and that's intentional, just so that the community can lead that conversation.
Okay, yeah, I just was, we have like those 7 uses that it's eligible for, and I was curious which ones, but Thank you. That answers my questions.
Okay.
I don't see anybody else punched up at this time. Councilmember Chavez? Once, twice?
Nope.
No comment?
No questions.
City Clerk, could you take the roll, please?
Motion to approve 1G by Councilmember Esparza, seconded by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Vice President Perea.
Yes.
And Council President Maxwell.
Aye.
Passes 6-0.
Thank you. The next item is 1M, as in Mary, approve a Second Amendment agreement to extend from September 1, 23 through August 31, 26 for employee assistance program services between the City of Fresno and Halcyon Behavioral Employee Assistance. This was pulled first by Arias and second by Bredefeld, so I'm going to give them the floor in that order.
Thank you. City staff, I read the staff report and the background material, but there doesn't seem to be any information on how often this program is used. Do we have any information on number of employees, the number of activities with this contractor?
Yeah, absolutely. We receive a quarterly utilization report that I can definitely forward to you as well. I do have some stats here for the fiscal year 2023. EAP saw 729 cases that were resolved through the EAP or the group health mental services. 60% of those were for the employee, 40% were for family members. The technology service part of it, so using the website, utilizing references, articles, videos, was used 1,152 times in the last fiscal year.
So we have a few hundred employees using the service then?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll motion to approve.
You got a motion from Arias and a second from Vice President Perea. I don't see anybody punched up at this time. Councilmember Bredefeld, sorry.
I just want to ask you, it says 3 sessions per issue, correct, in your staff report?
It's actually 3 issues for every 6 months, so it's 6 in a year, and that's actually for each employee and family members as well.
Okay. And what if more treatment's needed?
So this is for short-term immediate assistance. If long-term care is needed, then there is a transition process from the EAP program to the health insurance. Sometimes there is some discussions that need to be involved, moving from Halcyon Behavioral Health over to the Health and Welfare Trust benefit plan or somebody else's insurance plan.
Okay, and you say that 6 different issues can be addressed in a year. Is that what you said?
Per topic.
When you say per topic?
Yeah, so if somebody was to call in and needed immediate help for maybe a stress-related issue, and then maybe a couple weeks later they call in and it's a different issue, maybe it's concerning substance abuse, those wouldn't be the same subject matter.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay. Nobody else punched up. City Clerk, would you take the roll, please?
Motion to approve 1M by Councilmember Arias, second by Vice President Perea. Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Vice President Perea.
Yes.
And Council President Maxwell.
Aye.
6-0 passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, council members.
Next is 1Q as in Queen. Award of requirements contract to Toter LLC for 5 years with 2 one-year optional extensions and an amount of $951,500 per year. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember.
Thank you. Hi, staff, how are you? Assistant Director or Director, I forget. Assistant Director, all right. Can you walk us through what's the purpose in general terms of this contract?
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Adal Kayat, Assistant Director of Public Utilities, Solid Waste Management Division. The purpose of this contract is to secure for the next 5, possibly 7 years, our supply of carts. The residential bins, all 3 colors. This is a constant in our division, always budgeted, almost at the same amount every year.
Would this also cover the new color of cart that I'm assuming we're going to go into, or just the existing colors?
Good question. I'm glad you asked it. The colors will not change for residential. We still have the gray, the blue, and the green. we will add stickers or just information as they come, either printed or stickers that will comply with SB 1383.
Got it. So if I have an existing garbage can that's 5 years old, you would give me a sticker and I would put it on?
Yes, sir, that's the plan.
And when we get to replacement, are trash cans that are stolen, are they replaced at no cost to the resident, or is there a charge?
If the cart is replaced due to theft, we'll replace it with no cost.
Okay.
If it's as a request, it's old, it's dirty, there's a charge.
And when sometimes the trucks damage the carts, when they're damaged by the trucks, that's also replaced at no cost, correct?
Yeah, that's on me.
Great, thank you. Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Got a motion from Arias and a second from Vice President Perea. I don't see anybody else punched up at this time. City Clerk?
Motion to approve 1Q by Councilmember Arias, second by Vice President Perea. Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Vice President Perea.
Yes.
And Council President Maxwell.
Aye.
Passes 6-0.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. Next contested consent item is 1R as in Roger, actions pertaining to the summary vacation of a storm drain basin easement lying north of East Jensen Avenue between South Knight Avenue and South MLK Jr. Boulevard in Council District 3. This is pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, staff. This has been an ongoing issue for quite some time as it's connected to the TCC-funded park in West Fresno. Can you walk me through what was the final agreement on the water basin? Who's building it, who's paying for it, and who's responsible for maintaining it? Simple questions.
Good afternoon, Council. Randall Morrison, Director of Capital Projects. On our TCC funded MLK Park project, we are constructing the temporary basin with our project, and it is only sized to support the drainage for the park project and the loop road that we're building. The future development by West Creek Village, they will have to expand to the drainage basin to accommodate their drainage area. So we are only paying for what supports our project, and they'll pay for what supports theirs.
And would that be in the same physical location, or would there be a second basin built by the private development?
I think that's yet to be determined. There is a possibility for expanding the basin that we're going to build, but they're also looking at running the permanent storm drain infrastructure down to the Fresno Metropolitan Flood Control District basin, and that would alleviate the need for a temporary basin. But
Is this the last obstacle for the construction to commence of the park?
This action's actually not needed for us to move forward with the construction of the park. We're currently out to bid on that project right now. This is really a coordination effort to vacate the easement that's no longer needed for this temp basin, since it is going to be located in a different location within the development area.
Okay, thank you. Motion to approve.
Motion by Arias, second by Vice President Perea. I don't see anybody else punched up at this time. City Clerk?
For 1R, motion to approve. Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Vice President Perea.
Yes.
And Council President Maxwell.
Aye.
Passes 6-0.
Thank you very much. Our last contested consent item is 1U as in Union. This is a bill for introduction, adding section 9-110 to chapter 9 of the Fresno Muni Code, adding the infectious disease lab accountability and transparency ordinance. This item was pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld. The floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank my colleagues, Councilmember Arias and Esparza, as well as the city attorney, for working on this ordinance and bringing what I think is a very solid one where we can bring greater accountability and transparency and, frankly, some safety in the future to the citizens of Fresno should we encounter a really illegal operating infectious disease lab that was discovered last December. I want to make a couple of comments and then, frankly, move on. Supervisor Brandow was on the radio yesterday, and he said, finally has come out and said he found out in the middle of June about this Reedley lab. So basically what we have at this juncture, because people continue to ask me, we have two supervisors who apparently were told in March, Magzig and Mendez. We have another supervisor who was found out June 16th or 15th, and two other supervisors, including the board chair, who found out July 27th. So how that is, we have a lab that's discovered to be genetically engineering mice to catch and carry COVID-19, as well as having biological agents, infectious agents that are biological and viral in nature, that include measles, rubella, hepatitis, chlamydia, HIV. And they're illegally dumping medical waste improperly, and the public doesn't know. What seems to be forgotten by this Board of Supervisors, and frankly the Department of Public Health in the county, was that the public had a right to know, has a right to know all of the information about this lab now 8 months after it was reported by the Mid-Valley Times. Mr. Brandow, in the interview, says that, quote, it's outside of our control, end quote, in terms of dealing with the lab. He said, quote, it is beyond us to solve, end quote. And he also stated, quote, telling the feds don't let it rely on us, end quote. Then yesterday he went on his Facebook post to criticize the city council for bringing forward this ordinance, saying it was a half-baked ordinance, that it's not solving anything. And yet, of course, he says he's incapable of solving anything, and he's relying on the federal and state agencies to solve the problem, which is absurd. The fact is he and his colleagues have every power to enact legislation to ensure that the citizens of Fresno County are protected. They've abdicated that responsibility, given it up, and that's generally because they're busy pointing fingers at everybody else, accepting responsibility for their own failures and incompetence. So this ordinance will begin to address any kind of illegal lab, certainly that attempts to operate here, but certainly we want to take a look at infectious disease labs that are working. Now, yesterday, Councilmember Arias and I also addressed the fact that an email went out, I believe around 1:30-ish or so, from a county council to a medical clinic, raising concerns about what our ordinance would do or impact them, which frankly, the reality is it would have absolutely no impact. But they instead sent out an email. Now, they did not contact our city attorney before they did that. They actually contacted our city attorney about an hour or so after they sent out that email to the medical clinics. Seems like that would be backwards to find out exactly what's going on here. But again, when they talk about politics, it is about politics coming from the Board of Supervisors. City attorney, does this ordinance in any way affect the way doctors in our city of Fresno, or frankly Fresno County, operate their clinics?
It does not.
Okay. Does it in any way impact Quest Labs?
It does not.
Okay. Well, of course it doesn't. So this was an effort to create problems for the efforts by my colleagues to address this Reedley lab and that was involved in illegal activity. You know, one final thing that I want to say, Mr. Brandow also said during the radio interview, as he was continuing to deflect blame and try to blame the city of Fresno, he said, quote, in America in 2023, people aren't interested in facts. People are interested in emotions, end quote, which is similar to his calling people who are concerned about this sycophants, which is what he did too. The fact is, people are interested in facts. They wanted facts. They've been wanting facts ever since they found out about this July 26th, when a reporter finally exposed what was going on. And I would hope that the Board of Supervisors have learned that they have a responsibility to let the public know about these kinds of things. And frankly,
They have a responsibility to do something about it and not to throw their hands up in the air and say, we're waiting for the feds and the state to do something. We're incapable. And that's basically Brandau's argument. Well, here at the city of Fresno, we think we have a legislative responsibility to ensure the safety of the public. Whether we're dealing with the homeless, whether we're dealing with criminals, whether we're dealing with people who are drag racing in our streets, whether we're dealing with drug problems, we don't throw our hands up in the air and say it's someone else's problem. And the fact is, again, as I've explained numerous times, this lab did not initially start in Fresno. It started in Tulare in 2015, and it came to Fresno in 2018, and there was a fire in 2020, and then ultimately in August of 2022, Chief Donis wrote to code enforcement saying that there were some concerns about ongoing code enforcement infractions. She also raised the issue of animals being there and raised the question of, is there some animal testing, as I recall? And then ultimately code enforcement called the county, and they brought an environmental health official November 3rd. The email that I saw said that there's a pending report. We still haven't seen that report. I've encouraged the media to get that report because I think that would be important to find out. And then in December, they closed shop and ended up in Reedley. And then we know what happened through Reedley. Now, they continue to want to blame somehow the city of Fresno. To my knowledge, the city of Fresno does not have a public health department and hasn't had one, didn't have one in 2022. And the other thing is, the fact is that I don't believe the city manager or the mayor or any elected official received any of those emails or knew anything about those code enforcement infractions or certainly about animal testing, because we never saw the emails to my knowledge, and I believe that's the case. But certainly the Board of Supervisors did know, and the Department of Public Health did know, and they knew it as early as December. And the fact is, I still find it incredibly hard to believe that 2 Board of Supervisors would have known in March, 1 in June, and 2 in July. I would wonder why the administrative officer would only tell 2, then 1 in June, and then the other in July. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It raises a lot of questions for me. There's always a lot more questions when it comes to the county because they are not forthcoming unless you continue to press them on the information. Then we get bits and drabs like the California Department of Public Health pressured them, and the California Department of Public Health says they didn't pressure them. So somebody isn't telling the truth there. But the fact is, this this city council is going to do things about this. And as I said at my July 31st press conference, I called on the County Board of Supervisors to get off their rear ends and enact legislation to ensure this doesn't happen again. Their response is, there's nothing we can do. We have to wait for the feds and the state to do something, which is absurd. Anyway, with that, I again thank my colleagues for their efforts, the city attorney for your efforts, and with that, I make a motion for this to be approved.
I got a motion from Butterfield and a second from Esparza. Councilmember Esparza, you have the floor.
Yeah, just very briefly, want to thank my colleagues for their efforts. Wasn't able to join the latest press conference yesterday, but I think this is a common sense ordinance that we're bringing forward. We as a city council are tasked with effectively regulating the physical environment, providing for the health and safety of Fresno residents, and I think this ordinance advances those goals for our city. And so happy to make the second, happy to be a co-sponsor. And with this type of legislation in place, we can ensure that some of the disasters that we've seen as such will not be occurring within the city limits.
Thank you. Councilmember Arias, floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to take a moment to reflect on today's earlier council meeting where we had this chamber full of residents who are here to speak in opposition to a car wash in the city of Fresno, opening up within their neighborhood, given the traffic and the noise impact it would have in residents, especially the disabled. And it just reaffirmed the reason for us to take this kind of action today. If residents have a right, and we as a city have a responsibility to inform them when a car wash is going to open up in a neighborhood, if we have the responsibility and they have a right to know when a restaurant's going to sell alcohol in their neighborhood or a cannabis shop is going to open in their neighborhood, then surely they have a right and we have a responsibility to inform them if a COVID infectious disease lab is going to open up in their neighborhood. It's common sense to me, and it's a common sense failure that the county has engaged in. I do want to take a moment to thank our medical partners for bringing to our attention the misinformation that the county had been spreading for the last day or so on this matter. You know, the Supervisor Brandel suggested yesterday that our ordinance should have additional teeth and include routine inspections. I would agree it's a good suggestion, and we will take on that suggestion once we get the complete list of toxic material permits that the county has awarded across our city. But that does not keep the county of Fresno from doing exactly what Steve Brandel suggested. Because the county of Fresno, after all, is a local government agency, has the complete list of toxic permits that they have awarded, and they have a code enforcement department. And surely, if they have time and resources to inspect hot dog vendors at the Save Mart Center, to engage in raids of food vendors at the flea market, then they have enough time and resources to engage in a proactive inspection of all the toxic waste material permits that they have awarded in the last few years. So I would suggest to Mr. Brandau to bring forward a proposal that the county do its job and inspect these permits that they have awarded and that they have, that they know exactly where their location is and who they award those permits to. In the meantime, I want to reassure the residents of Fresno that the city of Fresno will continue to take action where the county has failed. Just the way we have taken action by opening 12 shelters for the homeless, just the way we have taken action to open warming and cooling centers. Those are a direct response to a county's failure to house the unhoused and to protect the most vulnerable from the elements that threaten them. We as a city will continue to act in the best public health and safety interests of our residents, even when the county fails to do its basic job. And council, I would simply suggest to us that I don't think we should go into the business of operating a public health department. However, if the county continues to fail as doing its job to operate and provide oversight to public health of the county and the half a million residents that live within the city of Fresno, then that's going to be a serious conversation we have to have downstream. In closing, council, we have all been through experiences where things fall through the cracks. You know, for example, smoke shops developed quickly in the last couple of years, but it's never about, you know, the incident as much as it is our response to the incident. And in this case, the county continues to fail, and the response to provide basic transparency and public notice, they instead have engaged in finger pointing at every level of government, as if they don't even acknowledge the basic fact that they are the biggest government agency in the county, responsible for $2 billion bureaucracy, and fundamentally by California charter and their own county charter for the public health and well-being of all county residents, including City of Fresno residents and those in Wheatley. And if they have found time to ask the voters to violate state law by changing the county charter for the political, ideological interests of their political party, then surely they have time to do their job and ensure the public health and safety of all the residents in the county. Thank you, council.
Councilmember Bredefeld, I see you punched up again.
Just want to add, in terms of the lack of transparency, the county council that put out the email to the medical clinics certainly could have called any one of us up here to ask the question if they had any, rather than try to gin up fear and concern about medical clinics that clearly are not part of this. That's just, again, more reflection of the lack of transparency and duplicity that the Board of Supervisors generate. It really becomes the Keystone Cops over there, and I would encourage, as I did July 31st at my press conference, for the Board of Supervisors, let me be a little bit more clear, get off your asses, do something to protect the safety and health and well-being of the public. Stop blaming everybody else. Stop looking for other government agencies to enact legislation that you are very capable of enacting, just as we're doing here. With that, I'm ready for the vote.
Thank you. City Clerk?
This is a motion to approve 1U by Councilmember Bredefeld, second by Councilmember Esparza. Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Vice President Perea.
Yes.
And Council President Maxwell.
Aye.
Passes 6-0.
With Mike Carbasi absent in Germany?
Council President, just for the record, this will have to come back for another
This is for
vote.
introduction.
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, I believe that concludes our open session portion of today's agenda. City Attorney, can you please announce what items we'll be hearing in closed session and whether or not we'll be reporting out afterwards?
Today in closed session, we have item A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Haven 20 LLC versus City of Fresno. Item B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. Item C, conference with labor negotiators, Local 39 and FCEA. Item D, public employee performance evaluation, City Attorney. Item E, public employee performance evaluation, City Clerk. We may expect to have reportable items after closed session.
All right, thank you very much.
It is now 4:48, and we have adjourned from closed session. There is no reportable action out of closed session, and this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you for joining us.